Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We got ourselves another game, another you, another me. It's Sunday. It is Sunday. The countdown was not a lie. It was kind of a lie. But it wasn't a lie. Today, the list of games we've got. It's going to be Nullus versus Deceive. Followed by Shelty versus Ulysses. And then we're going to finish off today with Recon versus Aethereal. So this is going to be a day of action, a day of wildness. Next week, I think we're going to have most of the champions back. We had Soup and Matrius AWOL. So we did miss out on a couple of games from the Champions League. But it's all going to be sort of on the way, so to speak. It's all going to be happening. Alrighty. So the players are just doing their draft at the moment. And yeah, let's Where are we up to? All right, let's just jump over to the draft. I think they're already picking gods. I think they're already halfway through. Let me have a quick look. Yeah, they've already picked their gods, so let's jump over and have a look at it. God, this soundtrack is such a banger. Now, I gotta ask you guys. Nullus has technically changed his name from Nullus to Resurgam. He's changed his name from Nullus to Resurgam. He actually asked me if this is cool. I said yes. However, I want to ask you guys, should we change his name up here? Or should we just go ahead and just call him Nullus for the entirety of this event and just ignore his wishes completely? Change his name. Well then, the people have spoken. The people have spoken. Well, we've got ourselves a little bit of a draft here. We've got on the left, Shinong getting grabbed first by Mr. Resurgam. Deceive on the other side picks his Uranus. And then a Frere comes up. Deceive is going to then take that Skiomi second. And Resurgam, I'm already losing my mind calling him this. Gaia and Fushi coming through. And then there will be a Zeus Poseidon in for Deceive. A Hades Isis in for Resurgam. And finally a Loki in for Deceive, as the Amaterasu does get banned out. The Kronos does also get banned out. I'm going to be going into the map Okuchichibu to kick this series off. Always love it. I'm not exactly sure what they're picking, but they are already in. So we are going to put the timer on as we get our seatbelts buckled in. As always, all limbs must remain inside the ride at all times. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to wave. But don't lose an arm. Grab yourself some popcorn. A nice tasty beverage. Maybe it's time to sit back, relax with a nice glass of red. Or white. Or maybe a bottle of brewed goodness. I am not going to be... I don't promote anything over here. We're just here to watch some Age Mythology, guys. What's happening? How's everyone been doing? Hope you've had a fantastic week. We've had a ridiculous amount of games over this week. If you haven't caught them, they're all on YouTube, so that's exciting too. We are going to be... What are we going to be doing today? I mean... So, yes, today, after this one, one game does start at... when does it start? One game does start in like an hour, so we're probably not going to be able to catch that one live, but we'll probably be casting it anyways. So that's the story there. But that's okay. We're allowed to do that. Hopefully we can. Hopefully it's all fine. So Shelty versus Ulysses. Unless this series finishes in an hour, which we have seen happen before, that's going to be our process. And if things go very quickly for both series, there's actually another series I have to catch up on, which I was possibly saving for next week, because we've got it's going to be in 3 hours from now. We've got Aethereal and Recon bashing it out, which is going to be some fun. Nonetheless, game number 1, Resurgam versus Deceive. I didn't actually look and see what they're playing. Let me have a quick little look-see and and see. It's going to be Gaia versus Tsukiyomi. Gaia versus Tsukiyomi. So, let's jump into game number 1. See who will be the victor. Deceive has been very, very powerful in this tournament this far. Really upsetting a lot of players, but this is going to be his hardest test yet. Let's jump into game number 1 and see how it goes. And here we go in the right side of the map, playing as the blue Gaia. His name is Resurgam, previously known as Nullus. You be the judge. He's changed his name mid-tournament. Nonetheless, his name used to be Nullus. He's now Resurgam. His opponent today, currently on a tear in this tournament. I believe he is up 1-0 in his group stages. So he has won one series, and I think it was a pretty epic series from memory. I think he played versus Avely, so he's already taken out an incredibly powerful opponent. So we'll see how it's going to go here for Deceive as the villagers popping out, grabbing themselves all their hunt, doing all the good stuff. We've got some relics on the map over here to check out, so let's have a quick little look-see. Ula's bow, an extra 1 range on the ranged soldiers, bullet ballistas and things like that. Thinking about how that might affect this. You do have those Yumi archers, horse archers getting a little bit more effective. Probably not that impactful. On the Arcus, it's a big assistance. An extra range on that already long-ranged Arcus can be very, very helpful, but it's on the other side of the map. We've got that Adamantine Shingles over here as well, which is house hit points plus 200%. Over on this side, the Eye of Ornlu is here to boost up the Samurai damage, but it's also boosting up the Karabalista damage as well. Definitely don't want to let the Tsukiyomi player get that, because he will be getting some Samurai in, and a 5% boost doesn't feel like that big of a deal on a Hypaspis, but on a Samurai that's got high base damage, yeah, he's kind of strong. And then finally, we have the Oseberg Wagon down the bottom, which is caravan movement speed plus 10%. I do still have a little bit of a cough here, so I'm going to have to apologize. Hopefully we're going to get better very, very shortly. But we'll see what sort of a strategy here Deceive wants to go for. There's a fair few options here. I do like, on this specific map, I do like the fast second town center grab against Gaia here. I think this makes a lot of sense, because Gaia is going to be a little bit on the slow side to get going early on. And there is a really nice back hunt spot here. You can wall this off over here. You can wall this over here. You can grab this position very, very simply. On the top side, kind of a similar situation. You can wall off over here and you can very happily be eating this hunt if you wall this off. Gold situation though, the bottom town center is a lot better if you do want to go for it. The other thing is, like, generally you see those, oh, it's a pretty quick advance time. Actually, it's not even that fast. It's just a slow advance time from Deceive. Just to go into it a little bit more and maybe what the theory could be here is, you know, Oceanus with that Carnivora. Very, very easy to stop that if you just bring a second, two Miko over. So build the second Miko in the classical age, send it over to the town center with the other one coming over as well. And then you're just going to sit on it, defending, get the town center up, get the walls up over here, have the hunt, enjoy a really, really nice time where that's concerned. And then you can play defense, which is sort of what you want to be doing here against Gaia early on anyways. You really don't want to go crazy against the Atlantean players early on. But anyways, it's going to be a late advance. This does sort of mean that we probably aren't going to be seeing a second town center. It's normally about a 3:45 to 4 minute classical age for a second town center from Tsukiyomi. As the Gaia here, Resurgam will be dropping double military barracks. This is really, really, really aggressive. If this gets scouted out by Deceive, he can very, very simply just drop down a dojo and start making samurai. Like, you really don't need to make cavalry at the start of this game. Open up with samurai and you're good to go. Obviously, there's also going to be the Carnivora you have to play around. So an Onnamusha is very, very important to take that out. And yeah, you might lose one to it. But you've also got the Swampland, which is effectively Carnivora on steroids for one usage. So that's your kind of, you're totally fine to be around that. As the Kitsune riding in here, galloping, trotting. I don't know. A little bit of an attack over onto this side as the Jurikumo does actually get spotted. An unfortunate move there from Deceive. This is a defensive monster of a unit. It's very, very difficult to get value out of it by moving it across the map. But Deceive does manage to keep it alive against those two Murmillos that are charging after it. And you can come up here and you can just heal it with the Miko back up to full HP. So no harm done there. And thank you for the raid there, bystander. Appreciate that, my friend. Alrighty, and we do have the Bite of the Shark coming in for Resurgam, as surely Deceive is going to run through here, scout out what's going on. Does see everything in the main base. You're probably not going to be able to get any real villager picks here. Nice little turnaround. We are actually going to see the Swampland getting dropped down, but that means that Deceive, he's going to lose one Naginata rider. He does deny the gold mine for a little bit here, but this is not an issue at all. That's a huge god power down the drain for Deceive. In fact, if Resurgam wants to, he can pop everyone onto food, heroize all these guys, and then he's going to have such a good time here. Now we are starting to see some samurai coming through. There needs to be an Onnamusha here to deal with the Carnivora. Otherwise, life is going to get really hard. As soon as Resurgam sees one samurai, he's gonna be looking to drop that Carnivora down and snipe it. So you need that Onnamusha, or maybe two, to actually take it out in one shot. There is like probably a pretty advanced way to play around Carnivora, actually. I'm not sure how much damage it does with one of those specials, but if you have two and you just never use the special, and whenever the Carnivora comes down, you activate it, you're probably going to be able to kill it off in one shot with two of them. Maybe someone can tell me maybe someone can tell me in the chat how that works. I'm not sure exactly how much damage you get, but that could be a really nice counter on the side of the Japanese if you can manage to make that micro work. Nonetheless, Eye of Ornu does come through there for Resurgam, so no super relic there for our Japanese player, as he's going to drop an armory down now in the main base. There's two samurai just hanging over here as the Miko wandering forward. Up onto this side here. Resurgam checking things out. Houses going down over here as well. As the samurai wandering forward. We'll get a little bit of damage done before the units will retreat. They do have those two Caladria there as the Carnivora comes down. He doesn't actually lose one. This one will go down. Can he garrison? No, Deceive cannot garrison. He loses the Miko as well. Deceive not really spending his resources at the moment. Samurai, I've got to be careful. You cannot go close to the Carnivora. Meanwhile, into the main base, the Deceive Naginata Riders trying to snipe units left, right, and center. They do manage to pick off one Murmillo there, but still so much damage coming back onto the other side. As both players sitting kind of inside of each other's base. We do have a cheeky little Dire Forest at the back over here as the Kitsune to come back in. And like I said, this Shiragumo is an incredibly good defensive unit. Why? Well, your opponent can't really run into it because unless you pick it off by the time it snipes your unit, then it's just going to run back, heal up on the Miko, come back and pick off another unit there. One idea here for Deceive is to send his Shiragumo up here to actually take out the Carnivora up the top. But he does get himself out that on the Musha. I'm wrong on the special attack. Two special attacks, one hitting a Carnivora. I think if there were two on the Musha out there, you could... Nah. It's going to take a while. I think it'd get that one hit kill off regardless. You might need like 4 on the Musha or something to one hit a Carnivora. Not sure. And we are actually going to be seeing a pretty quick Hachiman to come through here for Deceive. As we'll see exactly what he wants to do with that. But Resurgam, I think he knows what's happening. And with that Swampland being used, now there's a huge loss. There's a huge loss of defensive sort of tools here. In fact, we actually see the Ivory Netscare being pre-queued. I'm not exactly sure what his plan is with that. Generally, what we see with Tsukiyomi Fast Heroic is New Moon getting dropped down onto the temple, and then you pumping out Tengu, I guess. But if you research the Ivory Netscare, then maybe his plan here is actually to not drop the New Moon onto the temple at all, which is kind of spicy, I guess. We'll see what he's actually going to come up with as the units popping their head around to the right, coming around on the left, coming around onto the right here to knock down this wall. So these villagers will have to move off of this wood line, or he has to come over here and defend it. As the copper weapons, copper armor coming through, aesthetic practices, and Ivory Netscare both pre-queued. So it looks to me like Deceive is literally just going to buy his myth units here, and he's going to be dropping the New Moon onto the armory. So he's doing a little bit of a hybrid version of this Tengu spam, where he's going to have some incredibly powerful human units, as well as some incredibly powerful myth units to boot. However, he is out in the middle of the map right now, and he has been caught as Resurgam in a nice position here. Going through Rhea, we'll have that trader to at least steal one of the myth units away. Also have some Behemoth to help out, as the armory there does take the New Moon. And that's going to be full bronze in. And now we sit back, watch, and see if Resurgam can catch up. So here's my thought on this specific play from Tsukiyomi. Obviously, really, really strong. However, how do you counter it? Well, you just need to pull back. You need to be under towers. You need to be playing defense while you get those armory upgrades in. And once you get up to heavy, you're good to go. But Deceive here says it's time to take a fight. He runs forward. We see the Carnivora getting dropped down here as a unit will end up losing its life. There's a lot of units out here for Resurgam at the moment, and Deceive says, I'm not ready to take a fight just yet. He's pulling back into his main base. He's still got a little bit of gold left, but it's about to expire as the army turns around to take the fight here. The The Juragumo on the back here will be getting some extra gold in now that the Ivory Netsuke is down. We haven't seen really much of those myth units getting built out just yet. There's still 72 favor in the bank. Deceive now up to heavy. He will be getting more and more of these samurai out from that Shogun as the villagers to pull into the tower onto the left over here, trying to deal with all this stuff. And Resurgam has found himself in a pretty tricky spot now as he's lost all of his heroes, and now the myth units are going to start coming in. Life is going to be very, very tricky here. If Deceive actually makes all these myth units, all these Tengu at the moment. There is 19 favor in the bank for Resurgam at the moment. He does have 4 oracles, so it's pretty quick. The villagers on the front here trying to grab this gold mine, and this is going to force a little bit of a fight. But this Shogun is just continuing to get samurai in. He's up to 4 here. We do have a trader on something. I'm not exactly sure what he traded. Maybe a samurai. As the units charging forward, villagers coming through as well. More Tengu to come in. No food income at the moment here for Deceive. It's a very, very dangerous position here as the army of Resurgam feeling like it might actually be enough to hold on here. He dives in onto the back Karabalista there to allow his samurai to make do here. There's just no units in for Deceive here. He just has nothing. He's still trying. There's more samurai charging forward. We're now seeing Shinobi to come through in an attempt to maybe take out those back units there. But Deceive, he's not taking a good fight. Resurgam is just pumping units in here, and he's managing to push Deceive back. The villagers dying left, right, and center. And I think Deceive is in some real big trouble here. I don't know what else he can do. I mean, he's got no gold income. He does have one. He's not been able to mass these Tengu up in the slightest here. Or he hasn't even tried to. I don't know what he's been. He hasn't been spending his favor at all. One Tengu by itself is generally not going to be much of a threat. As Deceive flaps through here, I'm going to take out a couple of those citizen over onto that side. Samurai over here doing what they can. The villagers on this side getting sniped down, and Resurgam looks to have broken through most of Deceive's defensive. He's got a hefty villager advantage here. Villagers popping out of the tower. Going to be getting themselves the watermill. But at this stage, you have to ask the question, where are you going to get gold from? I mean, these villagers could sneak forward and grab this gold mine for a little bit. But Deceive there says, nope. Too good, Mr. Resurgam. He takes the win. Basically here, Deceive just didn't spend his resources, I guess. Like, you see every single one of these fights, even though his tech is amazing, he's got full bronze versus full copper, he's just so far behind on the military count. All resource total, he's also behind, but he also had tons and tons of resources in his bank here. Every single moment here, he's just floating. And that's also on top of the favor as well, which is through the roof. He never managed to get this favor out. If when he hit the heroic age, he just put a whole bunch of villagers onto wood, spammed out those Tengu, and got the samurai numbers that he had out, there was probably no way for him to lose this game on this gold staff, on this gold mine here. But he didn't spend his resources. Game's over. Resurgam gets the dub. As is his style. This is one of the best players in the world right here. I don't even know how he's in Challengers League at the moment. It's a shock to me, but he is. We'll see if Deceive can bring it back in game number 2, or if Resurgam is going to show everyone his level moving into game number 2. Alrighty then. We are on Elysium next. They are already in their game, so we will be jumping in fairly shortly. Alrighty. We're going to have a Shenong versus Set game next. So let's do a little thing over here. There is a win for this, a L for this, a 2, a 1, a 1, and a 2. Resurgam is nullus. Let's see if Deceive can pull this one back. It was not a very well played game in the first game there at all from him. He's probably got some nerves going up against someone as strong as Nullus here, especially when Nullus is playing the mind games, changing his name. But we'll see if he's going to be able to pull it out with Set. It is on the map Elysium, so a nice open Set map, but it is versus Shenong, who a lot of players have been struggling to take games off in this tournament. I don't think this is a bad set map. It's good because you can convert a whole bunch of Gazelle nice and quick. And you can eat them, and then you can go for timings on second gold mines very, very easily. You can lock the map up very quickly. Sure, you don't get the animals for your army, but that only matters if the map's open, right? Like if the map is closed, then that animal army isn't going to help you in the slightest anyways. So this one here, you get the economic boost from the Gazelle. And go from there. That's my take on the whole thing. But we're going to be jumping into game number 2. Resurgam versus Deceive. And we'll see if Deceive can bring it out here and level the series. Alrighty, into game number 2. We got the Resurgam Nullus versus... No, the Resurgam... Oh my god, my brain is fried. I'm not even going to lie. I'll tell you the story afterwards. We got a Resurgam Shenong. Over here we have ourselves a Set for Deceive. And like I said, this is a very, very nice map for Set. Why is it a nice map for Set? It's just so good to hit timings on. And that's what Set is all about. Set, Skyomi, other timing-based gods. Probably, I can't think of any off the top of my head because my brain has stopped working. But these, at the very least, these two gods are very much timing-based. They are going to hit a point in the game where they've got a lot of value, a lot of army, a lot of tech added in, some god power boostage to all just angle in on one point in the game where they can get massive damage on their opponent. And on this map Elysium, while it can happen to you as well if you're not prepared. If you are prepared, you're not going to be having any problems, but you're going to be aiming for those sorts of gold starve ideas here. So we'll see what Deceive's going to be doing, but Resurgam over here, he goes for the double Shenong farms. I've already talked about this a billion times, but I'm going to talk about it some more. These farms, they cost 75 wood. So regardless, they're costing you 75 wood. You place them down, it's gonna cost you 150 wood to do so. Each one of these villages now are actually gathering food faster than villagers on the food over here. So they will pay those farms off eventually. The extra bonus of doing this is that you've got more food in your base. That's the main bonus. This is infinite food here. These villagers aren't going to be depleting this food, so the longer they sit on here, the better. Now, my takeaway on this is, I don't think this is super worth it. However, if you do think it's worth it, you think it's worth it because you want to take a later classical age, which means you're going to be open to raids and things early on. And guess what these farms do? Well, they can hide your villagers. So the simple way to play this, if you want to go for this strat, in my opinion, is to take the silo and put it on the corner of the gold mine. Follow that up with a farm on the side and a farm on the side. Like say you put it here. You go farm. I can't build it anymore. You go farm. And then the quail food that is sitting on that gold mine are not going to be able to be seen, which does mean you're not going to have any problems if your opponent does end up rushing you on that gold mine. And you can also do the similar things on your wood line as well, if you like. And you can take a super late advance time with a ton of quail food and play a gigantic one town center all in type idea. That would be your peak kind of like your strong idea there for that sort of an opening. But we'll see what Resurgam's going to do. And I think the reason why I say I don't like this, because if you do this, it basically means I don't want to go for a second town center. You're taking a later advance time. You spend some resources, which you aren't going to be able to basically pay for. And your second town center is delayed. That's my takeaway on it. So if you do want to go for a fast second town center, you don't go to the for the farms is what I've... You can, obviously, but it's just not as efficient. Nonetheless, Chi Yao coming through, and we will see a pretty quick Anubis here from Deceive. He's only got 5 villagers on gold, lots of villagers on food. It looks like he's actually going to be going for a classical fight here, which is something we really don't see a whole lot. Now, against Shenong. Now, it might be completely fine, but yeah, like I've said, I haven't seen this very often. We did see Deceive do this versus Aethereal's Japan, Aethereal's Tsukiyomi, and had success with the raids. But unlike Japan, China has got access to things like the Yatsa, has access to things like the Fire Archer, and can play a very, very defensive game. As the Pioneer are just going to be sitting in the base, waiting, watching for the Anubite as it excuse me, as it jumps in here. He's going to be searching for a little something to kill, as there are now 2 prosperous seeds having been dropped down, meaning 4 farms. And in a way, I really like this specific idea, because it means, as we see another Anubite coming through, and also the serpents coming in, this is a little bit spicy. I think we saw this exact strategy in that Aethereal game, but in this game here, Resurgam looks incredibly well prepared, though one Pioneer does end up falling, and there really won't be that much idle time. The villagers can move up to the top wood line over here if they want. And to finish the thought of the farms, as I think this is... We might get another Pioneer over here. In fact, he does manage to do so. Quailfu is also now going to be getting sniped down as the Yatsa to come over here. He's getting healed up by being on top of the favored land as well, so that's always nice. As you do see a Cheongchi in. The game continues along. Really, I don't know how many losses right here that Deceive actually took. He's going to lose a Spearman, I think, to the Yatsa, and maybe a secondary one as well. As this guy is... Wow. How is he 5... Does he have a relic? Oh, he's got the Jade Hair. 5.6 speed Yatsa. This is like pre-nerf Yatsa here, basically, right? This guy is so quick. Now, unfortunately for Resurgam, he's up against Set, who is one of the... Well, Set and Egyptian is one of the best anti-Yatsa sort of civs, because you got the priests that can just sit there on the weak points, and so long as the priest is attacking, you can't really dodge those projectiles. They've got like an 80% accuracy, but they have that track rating of 99 from memory, so they don't miss unless they actually miss. Is that correct? Yes. Ha! I said it exact. Track rating 99, accuracy 80%. Ha! Let's go. But nonetheless, after the dust settles, now Resurgam is 7 villages in front. Okay, so let me explain what this actually means. So the accuracy thing on the priest, it just is in reference to the very first hits, I believe. I could be actually wrong on that. I think it's in reference to the first hits. So the first shot that you throw has an 80% chance of hitting. And then once it once it starts connecting, I don't think you can miss again because of that 99% track rating. Unless you might be able to wiggle micro it. You might be able, I don't know. You might be able to wiggle micro it. If there's a dev somewhere in my life, they can tell me if you can wiggle micro. Maybe I should try that. If you can wiggle micro against the priest, that would be pretty, that'd be pretty OP. That'd be pretty good. I'm onto the top here. Dao Swordsman coming in. Spearman standing at the top. Some deceived spearmen slowly starting to wander forward here. And we will see more Guardian Ubites. I'm a little bit shocked that Deceive is playing this way. I'm also a little bit shocked that we're seeing Dao Swordsman coming in for Resurgam, but I think his plan here is effectively he doesn't want to make halberdiers. So he's playing into the heroic age, and he's playing into his Dao Swordsman getting to be very, very strong. It's the Dao wandering up to the top side. And they're going to say hello there to these spearmen over here. Put a stop to that. Over onto this right-hand corner. The spearmen on this side. Just hanging out. Trying to pressure somewhere. But for the moment here, there's not really much that can be done. And I believe here that Resurgam going to the heroic age, getting Fey Beasts, should be enough for him to break out of his main base, get onto this gold mine, and have no problems here. He's also going to have a decent amount of resources to just pump out units and then get to that second gold mine. Also some more fire archers, but you do have to be careful not to overdo it on the fire archers because this could be a bit of a trick from Deceive. He's now starting to make axemen. One idea here actually for Deceive inside of this specific strat, and maybe why he's going for it, is that he wants to head heroic age through Sekhmet and get himself... He didn't go Ptar though. If you went Ptar, I would probably start understanding. But no Ptar means no... Excuse me. No Ptar... Oh, what are these villages? They do get caught out. No Ptar means no electron bullets. Means the Slings of the Sun is a little bit less value. While Raid's over onto this side, there is the Prosperous Seeds. He could drop here and maybe keep those villagers alive. He does actually drop it down, but there's no villagers there now to grab those. So I'm sure Nalis will send the villagers over there. But he's been really going at it on this food income. This is a lot of food income. 8 Shenong's farms here. That's kind of huge. Oh, he's on the wrong farm. That's okay. Has anyone done the math on whether it's worth it to put a Quailfu onto a prosperous farm? I haven't. It probably isn't. Well, now we can see. It's 1.89. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think that's worth it. I'm gonna go ahead and say it's not worth it. But there's like I said, there's a huge amount of... Unless you really need food, in which case, sure, go for it. Put the Quailfu on there, I guess. If you really don't need wood or gold, then yeah, I guess it's worth it in that case. But in terms of total resources, it's not going to be worth it. Villagers wandering forward. Mining camp getting built up. Over onto this side. A big raid onto this position is Nullus. Resurgam. I'm never gonna remember. Resurgam here drops down the Fey Beasts, trying to take these units out. Over onto this side, the Bayou going after the villagers. As I think this is probably a win for Resurgam in a pretty big way. Spearman going down, and Deceive is going to just be dropping units so quickly here. I don't know why he's hanging around. He does lose everything on that spot, and all of a sudden, Resurgam is up 3.4k military resources to 1.1k. And, I mean, the villager differential is somewhat equal here. But being equal and being behind by 2k military resources, that's very, very tough. Units sneaking through over here as the mining camp coming up over onto this side. Villagers popping over onto this gold mine as well. As Resurgam can use that Pioneer to scout things out. We've got the Dow Swordsman making their way through here. Hasn't grabbed himself his upgrades for those Dow Swordsmen just yet. Barracks does go down. These villagers off that gold mine. And Deceive here is trying everything, but I think Resurgam is just that one level, that one step in front. Look at that food income, though. I honestly haven't seen this. I think the reason you don't see this is because Shenong does not need that much food income generally. Like, the Dow Swordsman's only a 30 food unit. The Pioneer, not the Pioneer, the Peasant, this guy, he's only 40 food. So you really don't need that much food income as China, but it looks now that unless you're looking to try and race the ages, of which maybe Resurgam is trying to do, he's now pre-queued up Huang Di. Slinger gets sniped as Resurgam now moving up to the top here. Has to push over and cut off that gold at the bottom as he's going to be taking out the wooden gate on this side. Dagon, thanks for the raid, my friend. Yeah, I mean, if this was, I'm looking at this going, surely Tar makes so much more sense in this matchup, because the Dow, like, okay, let's break it down. Divine damage, the divine damage Slinger now with that bonus damage from Slings of the Sun, pretty much forces out Cav, of which the Bal, like the Shenong player doesn't really want to build those. God, I'm dying. I'm so sorry, guys. Villagers getting sniped over here. Great find for Resurgam as everything. 2 villagers do manage to escape. The army now coming up to the top. He's actually caught up very nicely here. As the lightning weapons gets dropped, there's no fire archers here. As this is majority axemen. The fire archers on the back at the moment as Deceive can turn, use his slingers to take them out, but he's not microing. Now he starts to. And Resurgam's army does look to have melted versus the counter units here. The priests, only a handful of priests out to try and deal with the Cheongqing and the Baihu, however, so getting pretty good value with those bad boys. They do end up falling at the end of it. And so too does everything else. as the lack of fire archers at the start of that fight really made things difficult there for Resurgam. But doesn't matter. He's so far in front. He's already clicked up through the Mythic H's. Huang Di now. He's moving forward with his fire archers. He's calling on the Ying Long here to start dominating those slingers. Over onto this side, you've also got the Yu Chu. Look at this guy just roasting spearmen, and they're all just getting absolutely massacred by that AoE damage. Hundun also on the way. We've got a couple more units starting to trickle in here for Resurgam. Garni and Boit does get taken out there, and Resurgam he's just in complete control. He's still raiding over onto this side though. The villagers come back over. They do snipe one of those guys, but immediately White Horse Cavalry are going to be starting to come through. And now also the Tiger Cavalry, as we finally do see a Nephthys on the way, but I don't know how much help an Ancestors or anything like that is going to be. Meanwhile, the Zhuan Yuan's bloodline coming through, as well as Li Zhu's silk, that's going to help these guys out as well, right? Once this one comes through, extra 10% HP as these villagers pushed off the gold mine. See a little bit of a raid up on the top here from the Spearman. But Resurgam, in a class of his own, it seems, in this series, does manage to take out Deceive in the second game. It is a best of 5, so Deceive can still bring this back. He's yet to bring out his ace pick Oranos, which I'm sure he's going to be thinking to bring out in this next game. We'll see if he's going to be able to make it work. Let's jump back into the draft. I think Resurgam is just showing a quality of Age of Mythology at a very high level here. Great defense, completely takes everything and says, you trying to raid me, I'll just kill off your units, and that'll be my advantage there. He does just that, barely loses anything, and just rolls forward to a huge advantage in this game. But we'll jump over to the draft and see what happens in the next one. Alrighty. We are going to be seeing a Fushi versus Oranos. So he does bring that Oranos out for game 3 here. This is going to be a spicy one though. Of all the gods that can take out Oranos, of all the pantheons, the one pantheon I do not want to play with Oranos, if there is anyone, well, that is the Chinese. It's a very difficult one. Now, we are going onto the map Key as well. There's less mobility with sky passages because the middle isn't that valuable to the Oranos. So it's kind of like you're playing Oranos on a Ghost Lake type map. And on the one hand, this is good for Oranos because it means I got 3 sky passages. I put one in my main base. I put one on the left. I put one on the right. Now I can be everywhere important on the map, right? I don't have to care about the middle because there's not going to be any villagers in there to kill. There's very rarely going to be any army moving through there, so I don't have to sort of have that there to sort of defend that position. And I can put a 4th sky passage down there later anyways. But yeah, you do have those 2 points to put the sky passage in. However, it's just those 2 points. And as that's the case, it means it's easier for your opponent to lock the map off, lock off the sky passages, and shut you down if they can get the military resource advantage in a big enough way. That being said, that's probably not the best idea for the Chinese. Your best idea is to kind of just give away the map, play a 2 town center type game, and then push through with how to. I have realized I have no water, and I am currently an hour in without drinking any water, and I'm dying. So I'm going to go get my water. We've got about 1 minute until game time. So I'll put the timer on, and we will jump into game number 3 shortly. Ah. Alrighty. We got our water. Let's actually drink some. Will the favor cost for the quail food be changed in the next patch? I have no idea. I haven't heard much. I haven't heard much chitter chatter. And even if I did hear chitter chatter, I wouldn't tell you. Maybe I would. You never know. Alrighty, let's get into game number 3. Alrighty, in the bottom left of the map, playing as Fushi, currently up 2-0, playing absolutely dominatingly well. He has had an incredible series thus far. His name is Resurgam. In the top of the map, Dzeev, playing as Uranus. Alright, let's check out the relics over here in the center of the map. We do have ourselves the Gambantine Odin's Wand, which is a temple, food, wood, gold, and favor cost, minus 25%. Into the middle here, we have the arrows of Heracles, which is plus 5%. Over onto this side, there is the Scarab Pendant, which is going to be plus 20% there to the siege units, siege myth units as well. And Canopic Jar of Imseti. I wonder if this relic has been slept on forever. Like, thinking about it, 20% extra crush on like a Tao Wu. Does this affect the... I think it does. It affects the special as well of the Tao Wu. So the Tao Wu can just get a whole bunch more crush damage done onto siege weapons and things like that when it runs through. Anyways. Let's see what Resurgam's going to be doing here with his Fushi. Okay, what's the tricky part here? Why is this a difficult matchup for the Uranus? Well, part of it is, one, the Terma doesn't really counter. In fact, it doesn't counter the Javelineer. It's kind of like Toxote versus Chariot Archer. If you were to do nothing and just let the Terma fight the Javelineer, it's probably a pretty close fight. If you were just to let them sit there. But actually, no, I don't even know if it is like that. I think the Javelineer just win outright. I could be wrong. But anyways, because the Javelinier's got more range than the Terma, even though the Terma's got more speed, you run in, you eat a face full of arrow, and by the time you shoot your shot, the Javelineers can retreat back away from the enemy arrows or move away from the arrows, and they actually dodge a lot of them. So it's really hard to actually move in and get those shots and do any sort of sneaky moves. What the Terma is for actually taking out Fire Archer and Pioneer. What unit do you use to take out the Javelineer? Well, you actually have to use your Murmillos. Now, luckily, Uranus does have Shockwave, so you can Shockwave the Javelineers into you. Utilize the Terma to take out Fire Archers, the Caraballister to take out the Dow or the Halberdier, and the Murmillos to take out the Javelineers. But the problem is the micro advantage is probably going to be in the side of the Fushi. So you really have to be very, very well controlled as the Uranus. Now, thankfully for the Uranus, he does have Sky Passages, so he can choose when to fight. And he can do sneaky Sky Passages. He's got a potential Sky Passage here, over here. Onto this one. Over here, he can grab this spot. He can move into the corner here and grab this or this. So there's lots of different options over here as well. Lots of different options to go for. And we'll see what sort of a Fushi we're going to see here. There is a world here where this town center and grabbing this one nice and quick here makes a lot of sense here for Resurgam. He's got himself another gold mine that's right in front of his base. He's got himself some a hefty amount of chickens here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, as well as a decent amount of berry bushes. So it's a pretty nice food map. And he's also got the Peach Blossom Spring, which is probably slept on a little bit for utilizing, well, for eating the food in it. Like it's, if you run out of food and you're on a 2 town center thing without any food on this town center, you can just grab it straight away and you can just enjoy like an extra 800 food to help you through the fact that you've got difficulties in food early on. But nonetheless, Resurgam wandering over onto this side. And we'll see what's going on. Over onto this one, Machine Workshop to come through as well. Into the main base here for Deceive as well. He's just going to be opening double military barracks and a counter barracks. Not exactly surprised to see this. Second town centers do make some sense here on the side of the Uranus as well, but you probably want to go for Prometheus if you're going to go those sorts of routes for the boosted economy and safer economy against the Archer. That's the first little attack to come through. All of those pioneers just sitting here throwing sky lanterns around. There's going to be a little bit of a snipage on this side as the fire archers are here trying to poke these guys down. Nice little raid as does catch Resurgam with his pants down a little bit here. Now, a couple of walls to come up onto this spot. He'll be enjoying those as fast as he possibly can. As the Mamillo on the back here slowly going down. Quailfu getting spammed out as well. Now, he's got those on auto queue, so it's basically every single villager, 1 Gatherer, 1 Quailfu. How many is he up to? He's up to 5 already. So that's just... every single one of those he gets out is just building that income advantage. Now, on the negative side of the Quailfu, he is spending a lot more resources here to actually build the Quailfu. It costs a grand total if you count the favor, which personally I do, even though it is free. It is costing 250 resources. Count the favor is 10 resources a favor. But even if you don't, it's still 150 resources, which for... what is it? 36 seconds. Still going to be a good like 70 resources more than your peasants are. So you do have to pay those off. Takes a little bit longer because you've got the spend, which is at 0 seconds. You've got 36 seconds of idle time until the Quailfu actually pops out and then he starts working, right? Whereas the Gatherer or the Peasant comes out 18 seconds, starts working straight away. Obviously slower. So it is a little bit of spice there in terms of the math. And you probably can find somewhat of an advantage here by being really aggressive. As you can see, I was about to say you can see the military resource advantage here, but I think Deceive has that advantage in tech here as he's got himself medium and Bite of the Shark. Whereas on the other side, there's no tech advantage here. None of these units have anything. So he's got it all sort of, yeah, all of that is in like the 300, 500 resources or whatever. So, but then again, Resurgam just needs to sit here, mass up an army, allow his income to carry him a little bit in this one. And this does, however, allow Deceive free reign to set up his Sky Passage network. He's got a Sky Passage over here now. Sky Passage on the right here to grab these deer. And if Resurgam ever wants to go out and actually take that position out, attack it, for example, he kind of needs to leave his base completely open, send all of his units over there, because you'll never know if the army is ready to pop out of the Sky Passage or not. He can pop out and he can just kill you. So you have to send everything over there to kill off the Sky Passage. In doing that as well, you can be ready as the Uranus player scouting out what's happening. to be ready to sack the Sky Passage, pop back over to a different position, and then just run into your opponent's main base and cause a whole bunch of idle time. A question in the chat. We will be covering the Ulysses Shelty game after this game is finished. Well, after this series is finished. Whether we cover it from recorded games or not, I'll be jumping into it. There's Berserker coming through. Great micro there, actually, from Deceive. That was a really, really nice micro there. He actually managed to keep the Terma alive and heal it up with the Caladria. Kind of rare there to see someone actually able to cause those sorts of problems. And we are now seeing Resurgam. He's looking to potentially move out up to the top here. Does he have any inkling that the Sky Passage is on this position? I don't think he does. But he does have to have his eyes on the gold mine behind him. The army charging forward. Deceive. Great control. Shooting, scooting backwards here. Fire archers. A little bit of damage onto these guys, but not quite able to take him out. And Hyperion now pre-queued for Deceive, so he has decided no more spammage here. Let's get to the next age. If he does get there and gets himself access to, like, I don't know, Satyr plus Contarius as the mix, he's got 4 oracles. Sometimes when you go into the heroic age, you often see the Uranus players mixing in or adding in an extra 2 oracles or so when they go to that heroic age, so they can start spamming out the Satyr. But realistically, he does need to just mix in Contarius here. The Dow, they're fine versus Contarius, but not amazing. As the Javelin is coming in. Nice little bit of damage there, but immediately Deceive says, yeah, I don't want any part of that. Let me get out of there. Yeah, the Javelin here, I think just almost every way. 3.5 pierce per second. Javelin here is 4.1. So yeah, it's doing more damage per second. It does have less bonus versus archers, but it's attacking faster, so it can actually dodge the enemy archers if you micro it correctly. But Deceive actually got the better end of the micro there beforehand, which was cool. It was good. A little bit of spice there that I haven't really seen. Over here we've got the Nubar coming in for Resurgam, which is also spice. Doesn't want to go for the like the stock standard here. He says, let me go for Nubar. What is the idea here? Obviously, you've got the Archer upgrade, so it helps you against things like Destroyers. 1 unit to mix in when you get that Archer upgrade is Fire Archer plus some Chuko Nu, so you're actually getting the stacks onto the Scorching Feathers upgrade onto your enemy units. As Resurgam hits the heroic age there through Nubar. Doing a little bit of movement as the lightning weapons come down. The chaos comes down as well. We also see the Carnivora getting dropped onto the back as those Dow swordsmen chasing down there. The Yahtzee here to start slapping things up. There are a whole bunch of Mermillo's heroes there, though, so they do manage to take them out pretty quickly. But there's still more myth units remaining, and Deceive does lose that fight pretty hard there. As Resurgam says, no, you're not allowed to rebuild this. Let me drop my big fat drought here, and that's going to be enough to quickly take out the Sky Passage and all the other good stuff here. How much? He's got 2 stacks in this Tautier. This is a unit you don't get to see very often, getting a huge amount of stacks. Taking out a Mother Nature Shrine. That's so mean. You don't get to see this unit with a whole bunch of stacks, but once he gets them, he can be so strong. And unlike the Hydra, who only has self-heal, you can heal this bad boy up as China. Just get some sages out, live the dream. couple of Satyr come down. Huge damage from those Satyr. They do take a big amount of return fire. As Deceive is trying to slow this army down as much as he possibly can. Pioneer's trying to come forward. One big shot here would be huge from Deceive because all the units are stacked up. The Pioneers, however, do eat that special. There's the Murmillo getting taken out. Satyr here doing a good job trying to hold, but Resurgam, actually both of these guys' army is very, very lackluster, and Resurgam is just continuing to pressure forward here, and I think Deceive may have held the beast at the gates here. One unit we haven't actually seen built from Resurgam is this bad boy, the Najjar. Now the Najjar's coming in. This is the teenager. We haven't even seen the kid here. A surprise, but he's going to bring that one out, as well as the Zhangxia, to have an answer for these Satyr. Such a great counter to the myth units when you get that Najjar and that Zhangxia out. Because, well, you need high... You can't really counter the Najjar. You just need high DPS to take Najjar out. And he's got 375 HP. Hefty amount of armor. Comes in onto this back line. And snipes these guys down so quick. That front line of high DPS unit to take out the Najjar just not here. He does have a couple of Contarius, but it's just not enough stuff here. As all the Satyrs falling, Citizens moving up to the top here, up to the top wood line. And they're just going to be hanging out for the time being as Resurgam is back into control of this game yet again after cleaning up those Satyr. What can Deceive do next? He is still over on this side. I'd love to see him just wander over onto this spot and maybe drop that Sky Passage in the corner as a bit of a safety play. Resurgam going to be regrouping over here. Terma slowly getting sniped down. Couple of Javelineers coming in as well. As bronze weapons in, more Quailfu starting to come through as well. Murmillo's getting taken out. As the Dow Javelineers coming through up onto the top side. This is where the gold is. There is going to be a sneaky Sky Passage on the right-hand corner here. I like that move. And a sneaky sneaky Sky Passage on the left hand here as well. So Deceive has still got some time here to get some eco in. As the villagers kind of diving into the Sky Passage, they will go through. They can pop over here as well as an option, or both, because why not? And the only real way to lock these sorts of things off is to just get ballets down everywhere. One ballet here, one ballet here, one ballet here. Put a ballet over here and over here. Where are these? Hello? What are these citizens doing? They were so safe. What are they doing? Where are you guys going? They're on a pilgrimage. Even the wolves are getting involved. They're super unhappy. Deceive is just running straight through the Resurgam army. He was completely safe in that corner. And he taps out. I don't know what happened. Maybe his Sky Passage was on the wrong like rally point. He sort of just went AFK for a hot second there. Oh, that's disappointing. I think Deceive here was going to be... I mean, he might have been able to make a comeback. It would have been difficult, but... Resurgam did not have eyes on this gold mine in the slide, as he was completely fine here. At least for a little bit. Well, that's the game. That's the series. Resurgam there takes it 3-0. An incredibly dominating display here. You can see the level of this man. He is an incredibly good Age Mythology player. I'm really excited to see him go up against the very top level of the Challengers League. I mean, there's levels to this stuff, right? You've got your top three players, right? You're the Mister, your Kavoth, your Recon, right? And then you got the next. You could put a bunch of players into that level, Matador, etc. Then you got the next level where you get into like, I don't know, top 8 type players, top 10 type players. And you got the next level, like top 16. And then you got the next level of like top 20 players. And then you got the next level of like top 30 players. And the level difference just feels, when you watch it, you can see there's that big jump between those little tiny bits of level. But well played here from Resurgam. He does manage to take the series in 3 games. We are going to be jumping into another series right now, which is going to be Shelty versus Ulysses. Let's try and jump in right away because we might be able to grab it live. Alrighty. Let me see if we can see this thing. Have they not started? I think they're just getting ready now. They were a little bit behind the 8 ball on the old draft Rooney. Alrighty, let's get this draft all sorted out. This one is no. Okay, 1. Oh, they're still doing the draft. Nice. Hells yeah. Okay, we missed out on nothing. Living the dream. Okay, let's jump over to the draft and see what they're gonna pick. Alrighty, it is not Resurgam versus Deceive. It is Ulysses versus Shelty. Hey. And they are in the tier division. What a time to be alive. Wow, Ulysses with the first pick, Zeus. I think he took that away from, or wanted to take that away from Shelty. Maybe he feels like it's really good on Anatolia as well, as he does ace pick that. An interesting strategy from Ulysses. Ulysses is another one of those players who, and Shelty, to be honest, both of these guys who really could have been in Champions League. Like I said, there's levels to all of this, but these guys are in that sort of top 20 region without question. They are like Resurgam, Nullus, like Ulysses, Shelty. I mean, the list of incredibly high level players just kind of goes on and on in this Challengers League here. So yeah, we'll see how these guys go, but I have these guys met much in tournament before? I don't know if they have. I'm trying to rack my brain on it, and I can't really remember. Let's have a little look, see what the head-to-head is between these two guys. Let me see if I get Shelty here. Yeah. Let me see if I can spot their head-to-head record, because this will be really interesting. Alrighty. Wow. Okay, so they actually have played a total of 3 times. The game count is 4-7 for Ulysses, and Ulysses has won all 3 of those series. He won in Pandora's Box, 2-3, so really close series there, going down to the line at the end. He won the Metaplay Season 2 monthly, which was a 3-2. Oh, sorry, a 2-1, so very close there as well. And he won in Masters of Mythology, the first and I believe only extended edition S-tier tournament, which I think Ulysses went on to win the whole thing there, and he won that one 2-1. So Shelty, he's going to be looking for a little bit of revenge here. He wants to get this win. He wants to get this win. That's what he wants. No? Anyways. Ulysses, let's talk about the draft, as these guys are going to be yeah, let's talk about this draft. We've got Amaterasu for Ulysses. In the right, we got Tsukiyomi and Susanoo. So we'll talk about the ace picks here. Ulysses ace picking Amaterasu and Shelty ace picking Tsukiyomi. I think this is more of a preference type thing than a comment on anything else. Like, Ulysses is obviously going to feel really comfortable with Amaterasu, and Shelty is going to be feeling comfortable on Tsukiyomi. I think they both do value the Japanese. They've been practicing them hard. Ulysses with the Zeus, and then we see Shelty grabbing Susanoo and Shenong. Ulysses then grabs Gaia and Fushi as the Nuwa Hades gets grabbed by Shelty. And then finally, Thor, Poseidon for Ulysses, and Isis on the end there for Shelty. Alrighty. And the first map, which you can literally see here, is going to be Giza. And it looks like the picks are going to be Gaia versus Susanoo for game number 1. Alrighty. I must admit, I haven't been watching much of the prep for these for pretty much anyone. You guys want to gamble? I'll tell you what, Mini Yeti, how badly would you like to run the gambles for me today? Actually, you know what? Darth Nox, you're always here. Darth Nox, run my gambling business. You're the gambler. You have to run this. You have to run it. I'm making you do it. Don't screw it up. You don't know how to run it? What? All right, I'm gonna unmod you. Unmod Darth Nox VT. All right, who's gonna run the gambling business? Illuminati? You want to run it? Do I trust? Oh, he says jokes. Okay, well, never mind. If someone wants to run the gambling business, please put your hand up. Otherwise, we're not going to gamble today because I can't be bothered to do it. The shortest run I've ever seen. Oh dear. Now, see, the thing is, if you run the gambles, you can't gamble yourself. Oh, I tell you what, that's what we do. I believe in Mr. Adipes. Adipes, you are now my moderator. Adipes-san. Predictions, stikoi. All right, we're going to be getting into game number 1 fairly shortly here. All right, fantastic. Happy days. I trust Adipes with my life. He would never do me wrong. Alrighty. So about 2 minutes away, it's going to be a... What did I say the matchup was going to be? I've already forgotten. It's literally in front of me. Gaia versus Susanoo. I wonder how this matchup goes. I really don't know. What would I do? I think you have to play it a little slowly here with the Japanese, because if you don't, you can get in a lot of trouble trying to play aggressive, especially on Giza. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ulysses go fast second talent center here. So if Shelty is going to go full send in his full send sort of space, he's sort of like universe, then I think Ulysses can defend pretty easily, especially if he gets back gold mine. But even if he doesn't, with the like maybe a 2 rhinos spawn is more than enough with a forward gold mine for the guy to sort of survive and things like that. When is Goat Pesu's next game? He is playing on Saturday at 12:30 GMT. Is Nullis the favorite to win Champions League? He's one of the best in Champions League for sure. Yeah. The 4 favorites, I believe, are the ones at the top of their groups. Or the ones at the top of the groups. So Nullis, Ulysses, Adopes, Izumato. They would be like your top of their groups are probably the ones who are, I guess. But also Tiger Boss is looking really strong. Garneth is looking strong. Hell's Ravage is looking strong. I was going to say Avely's looking strong as well, but I'm not sure how much he is practicing anymore. He had some difficulty. But nonetheless, we're going to be jumping into game number 1 here. We've got Ulysses and we've got Shelty. It's going to be a banger of a series, hopefully. Let's get it going. Alrighty. In the left-hand corner of the map, spawning as the blue Gaia. His name is Ulysses the Great. Ulysses the Wise. It's so wild to me because Ulysses is one of those. I mean, well, let's introduce Shelty first. Then I'll talk about the players and then whatever. We are seeing the Susanoo here for Shelty, or I like to call him Shelty the Snake Shelton. Okay, I want to hype these players up a little bit because I feel like they need it. I feel like they need the hyping. Ulysses is a literal S-tier tournament winner in Age Mythology. It's legacy, mind you. There's not very many people who can claim an S-tier tournament win in Retold. The list is very short. There's 2 players on it. And they aren't in this game. But Ulysses is an S-tier tournament winner. He won Masters of Mythology way back in 2022 or something. And from there, he sort of broke into the tournament scene, and everyone was terrified of him. I remember people saying, a lot of the Brazilian community were telling me how insanely strong this guy is, and no one beats him. And his micro is the best, and it really was that good. He really is that strong. And yeah, he's just an all-around amazing RTS player. Shelty, on the other hand, I'm not sure if he ever managed to actually win an S-tier tournament, but he's come into the semi-finals. He's made it to finals. He's been basically part of the furniture when it comes to talking about the aristocracy of the Age Mythology pro scene, tournament scene, whatever you want to call it. He's been there. He's been everywhere. He's been in the community forever, and he is an incredibly strong, talented Age Mythology player as well. Also, one of the very few experts, or one of the very few top players to make it to the top level by only using their right hand. He didn't actually know any hotkeys for a very long time. for a very, very long time. So yeah, there's a little bit of history here. And I did look up. I already told the guys, but if you're just tuning in, I did look up these guys' head-to-head record, and Ulysses actually has a 3-0 on Shelty. They have not met in Retold once in tournament. This is their first meeting in Retold in tournament setting. So I am really, really interested to see how this is going to go. On the right-hand corner, let's check out these relics. Scales of Catoplopas, going to be making the myth units a little bit stronger against Pierce. That's a nice relic there. Not the most important here, I don't think. I'll actually is it ever right to go for automatons? Probably not. Not in this matchup. Maybe going for Leto and spamming out Spider Lairs is a perfectly reasonable way to play. But actually going for the automatons against potential Onnamusha or even... Well, there's no Shogun, so maybe it's fine. But Onnamusha is going to be a difficult thing to sort of make those work. But then again, maybe automaton plus Caraballas wouldn't be terrible. I don't know. Anyways, Ninetail Fox Charm here as well. Going to make those myth units regenerate. Up on this top side, there is the Fetters of Fenrir. Going to be plus 30% of base there for the villagers. And over onto this side, it is the Ankh of Ra. Which is going to be 6 extra, or 0.06 extra favor. Nonetheless, it's going to be an Oceanus here for Ulysses, and Inari Wakami for Shelty. Now, the one saving grace here, or the really nice thing for Shelty in this game, in playing Susanoo, is that the early game, he doesn't have anything to worry about. He's going to be able to get his dojo up. He's going to be able to get his stable up. Shouldn't really fall into any problems against early game Murmillo or early game Terma or anything like that. As the Oracle here, getting nibbled down. Will it die? Oh, that was very close. I think if Shelty had bought himself that early technology, what's it called? This one here. Crushing Waves, he actually would have sniped that. So lucky for Ulysses, he's going to be able to leave his Oracle. Wait, is it already back up to full HP? It is. The Caladria's here. I was going to say he can leave it on the Lush, but he's got himself the Caladria there. I just can't stop coughing, guys. I'm sorry. Alrighty. As Shelty's got himself up a dojo, making it on the Musha out, as well as the Naginata Riders. Now, this is the most standard way to open. From what I've experienced in this specific matchup, you want to basically drop the Swampland first. So if the Gaia player gets aggressive, just drop the Swampland on it and take the units out that are in it early. And that's going to allow you then to start mass using Kusanagi to lower the second Swampland cost down. So you get a little bit of value from the first one. The second one is massive value. That's sort of what you're going for, as opposed to dropping as opposed to taking a huge amount of damage early from being underprepared. Or, well, obviously playing as Susanoo, you have a little bit less. So you get a little bit of value to help you through the early game by dropping that Swampland down. And then the second one is going to help you sort of to winning the game. So why on the Musha? The big reason is this God Power, the Carnivora. Samurai are an incredibly high value unit, which does mean that the Carnivora getting dropped on top of it is very, very sad. Actually, we are seeing some Shuragumo coming out here, which is scary actually for Ulysses, because I'm pretty sure, ooh, maybe they don't. Wait, how much do they actually have? They do not die to one throw, but they will die to getting thrown at the feet of the Shuragumo and then taking one attack there. If you're like a raiding cavalry, actually, if you're a Terma or you're a Carabalista, or if you are I think the Catapulti might survive as well. But yeah, the Murmillo definitely does survive that Shuragumo attack, even when it's naked. There's the Murmillo in with the Caladria here. Just going to get a couple of smacks away. Shelty has got himself halfway to that next Bushido tier. He is trying to smack units left, right, and center. Up onto the top, there is a random oracle coming through here just to get some scouting and knowledge on this position. Does that get spotted here? Oh, it's just out of line of sight. He might have noticed it as he's sending his Yuragumo up to the top just to see if he can come through, and he is coming. If he can come through and spot this and actually pick it up, it will be dead. It's only got 106 hack. This guy does 150 with the special. 4 speed versus 3.6 speed and a dead oracle. That's brutal. That hurts. The spider lady has claimed 1 victim. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Yeah, I hear people saying the spider lady isn't that good. I just don't buy it. I think this unit, we'll see. Shelty is definitely going into her. He's getting deadly snare. The Miko over here will have to garrison. He'll have to move up to the top here and try and deal with this. But the reason I like this unit so much is it's an amazing defender. We've got 4 Yuragumo here. Now, of all of the gods, the reason I don't like Susanoo versus Atlantean is because of all of the gods to go mass myth unit against, Atlantean is one of those ones that you kind of don't want to, because they can just make all of their army into heroes. So it makes life very, very tough to get that value in. But if there's a timing here, which Shelty is going for, he might be able to get some huge value moving forward. As he charges in, another Yuragumo coming through, Samurai on the way. He comes forward here. He's going to have to take this fight. And he drops the Swampland down. The army to move back. Kusanagi onto the back line. He drops it in the wrong spot there, as it actually sends the army out of the Swampland. Meanwhile, Shelty continues to run forward. But I don't think he really... If he'd sent that army back into it with this, like the Kusanagi right on the outside... could have been absolutely huge, but he kind of butchers that usage. And now, game is a little bit spicy. There was a fair amount of units that died. And Shelty now has got himself 85 favor in the bank. So, I mean, he can grab himself this tech here, Ivory Netscare, to start getting himself some extra gold. The Naginata Riders searching around, looking for some Oracle snipes. There's little Oracles just peppered everywhere. He can save up favor for the Heroic Age. There's an incredibly underrated unit in the Heroic Age, and it's probably quite good versus Atlantean, especially if they haven't managed to heroize their entire army. The Oni is there. That's such a nice unit to have against Atlantean, because it's got that steroid. Can be very, very good here. And it also doesn't cost any gold, so that's nice. As the army from Ulysses back up onto the top. Shelty does wait, does notice, does see. But the shrine is going to go down. The Miko will be following suit into the main base. A little bits of harassment over here. So 1 Miko down. That hurts. It's not the end of the world. We're going to be seeing more Miko coming out here for Shelty, as Ulysses does get picked here. This one does get picked up. Does that die from the poison? I don't know how much the poison actually does. It's slowly ticking down. 5. It lives with 5 HP. Now the rest of this army, however, Ulysses starting to come over. The Kusanagi on the back there on those Caraballas, that would be nice. Carnivora gets dropped down. The Caladria there with that Pacify is so nice here. And Shelty going to attempt to pull himself out of this position. I mean, he's got the Samurai special. If he can charge the Yuragumo over onto this other side, puts the Kusanagi down, that's going to send the units flying forward here. At least forces Ulysses to disengage. As the Swampland getting closer to being able to get used here. Pulling back over onto that Caladria. Great control from Ulysses with those Caraballister. And Shelty here pulling up to the top position. A couple of units on this other side starting to go down as Shelty turns around, gets some special attacks off yet again. But how is he going to get onto those Caraballister? He's just losing unit after unit here. Yuragumo helping out, picking up those Murmillos as he does drop another Swampland, but this time with no Kusanagi. The army will simply just pull back, gets a couple of kills. But that's it. onto this side. Samurai trying to take out a couple of units on the left. Military resource differential is currently favoring Ulysses. However, if we take a look at this, the Bushido is ticking in, and Shelty is about to be heavy, excuse me. He's about to be heavy. In fact, it's not about to be heavy. He is heavy. And for whatever reason, he's just queued up five Kitsune. Don't ask me why. That's 40 favor. That's like another Swampland that he can drop down, or a whole bunch of extra Juragumo, or even holding onto it to go to the Heroic Age and make himself a bunch of Oni or Raiju, which are both really, really useful at the moment. The guardhouse is coming through for Shelty. Maybe thinking to build himself some Yumi archers or something. A couple of villagers trying to get involved over here as the army does come through. I mean, he did just get donated 75 favor, so sometimes you can look at that favor pool and be like, well, I've got so much, may as well just spend it. But realistically, the favor pool for Susanoo is it either gets used in an instant from the god powers, or you got to just bleed through it slowly to get yourself a bunch of myth units out. The army to come through. There is still this Kusanagi here, as Shelty trying to split his army nicely. Getting himself more dudes out. He's got them on the Musha. Samurai on the way. Onto the back here. The Naginata Riders to come through. Kusanagi needed at the moment here. Does drop it onto that back line as the Karabalista do end up flying through here. As immediately Shelty on top of all of these ones. But he loses a lot of units here. Carnivora does get dropped down. The differential in military very, very close. Is this going to be enough? Is there any Ondamushi? I don't think there is. Is the Carnivora getting some mad value here? Some very low HP Samurai remaining in this fight. Enough for Shelty to hold on. As Ulysses pulling back, the Naginata Rider going to be falling as well. A couple of Karabalista over onto this side. That's going to be huge to take out those Samurai. As he picks those off very, very quickly. Big mistake from Shelty to lose those bad boys there, but a great control on the other side from Ulysses as the heavy Yumi archers coming through. Now the Heroic Ages in for Ulysses. He can go up to heavy units, heavy Karabalista, heavy Murmillo as well. The Naginata Riders do manage to get onto the back line there to take out the Karabalista, but the Murmillos are in hot pursuit. Caladrias, they're tanking up Yumi Archer fire as well. Not ideal. Ulysses continuing to flood units in onto this position. The Samurai numbers are pretty nice here, but the Karabalista numbers are fairly decent as well, as Shelty fighting a fight like this with this many Caladria. It's not ideal. If you have a huge amount of units, it's fine to fight this, but the tiny numbers often doesn't work out too well. For more of those Kitsune to come through. They are 9-tailed Kitsune, but it's not the most ideal of units to be making here. And in that moment, Shelty does tap out as Ulysses manages to break through. And it would be a gold star. I mean, Shelty could try and bail off onto the corner here, grab this gold mine, pull these villagers back into the main base, go onto wood. I mean, this game might have just been boiled down to resource usage in a way here. Shelty's floating a lot of food and wood at the end of this game. A couple of amazing fights from Ulysses in both of these ones. The first, I did say drop that first Swampland and Kusanagi, which Shelty did do, but unfortunately he sort of butchered the timing on the Kusanagi. It does take a couple of seconds there for it to actually pop. What's the actual time? Does it tell me? 2 seconds after the power is invoked, so you got to put it directly on the outside, send everything back into the middle, and then you're definitely going to get some extra value on it. But losing that one. The second one was kind of nice as well, but I don't think he even had the Kusanagi to use, so you always want to be dropping them in tandem. But nonetheless, well played there for Ulysses. Takes game number 1. We'll see if Shelty can break back in game number 2. Bounce back in game number 2. As we drop back into the drafting screen and see how it's going to go. Alrighty. 1 game down. And we are going to be going in onto the map Ghost Lake. And it's going to be a Thor versus Shenong. I've been theory crafting. Have we watched Yuli versus Tiger Boss yet? Was that yesterday? I don't think so. Not yet. God, I'm dying. What am I going to do here? Okay, so we go here. We go here. We go here. That is a win. That is a lose. And it's going to be a Thor versus Shenong matchup. Alrighty, fantastic. And onto the map Ghost Lake fairly shortly. Okay, I have been theory crafting a little bit. Thank you, my friend, for the, I don't know what currency that is. I do know that kanji though. That thanks kanji. I appreciate you, man. It's probably not called kanji in Chinese. Those characters, I know what those mean. So I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for the dono. You can do bets now. All right, Darth Nox, you're hired. Mod Darth Nox VT. All right, these guys are already jumping into their game. So let's have a little look see at what's going to be happening. We've got ourselves about 1 minute and 30. So there we go. He said thanks for hosting. Yeah, I got the thanks part. Legend. That kanji and I know it in Japanese it means kansha. It's the same thing. It just means thanks. They normally have different. Well, anyways. Alrighty. Oh yeah, I wouldn't say I'm much of a student anymore. I haven't done much study. I haven't done much study in a long time. I haven't done much study in a very, very long time. I'm actually, I'll give a shout out to if anyone's out there and wants to watch a really sick TV show. If you can just watch it in with an English dub if you like, but it's called Alice in Borderlands. I'm watching that at the moment. It's amazing. All right, let's jump into game number 2 here. Ulysses versus Shelty. It's going to be Thor versus Shenong. Let's get it. Alrighty then. Game number 2. A little cheeky bit of Thor for Ulysses and the Shenong for Shelty. Now, here's my thought. Fast heroic. I think the fast heroic here for Thor has to be a good idea. Now, you don't have to go for this like a naked fast heroic. Build like 5, 6 Herser or something like that. No more. Walls and get that heroic age in. Why? One of the hardest units for Norse to beat or to deal with in the classical age is that Fire Archer. There are 2 ways to kind of break through that sort of Shinong ball of units. The Halberdier, the Chiyol, Halberdier, the Fire Archer, the Yatsa. Way number 1 is with Trolls, where you can kind of like send the units flying while you run in with your raiding cavalry and things like that, or Herser, and get onto the enemy units, and that can be nice. And way number 2 is actually just to get to Huskar, or you just completely outplay your opponent and run them into the ground with your raiding cavalry, snipe everything off, and just be a way better player. That's actually option number 3, obviously. And sometimes we do see players trying to do that regardless of whether they are the better player or not. So that's why I come up with fast heroic. Why? And why is it amazing on this map? Well, first and foremost, you get double Dwarven Goldmine in your base. Then you can just drop a hill fort in your base as well. You get yourself watchtowers to boot, hill fort as well, and you're good to go. Now, a nice counter to that from the Shenong would be to simply just grab a second town center and do things like that, and then just get a huge economy, and then now you're playing a kind of all-in game from your fast heroic. You have to get damage done. But if they stay one town center and they're going to keep charging at you, then you can defend and you're good to go. The good thing about actually getting to the heroic ages, though, you get the Huskar out and you can kind of use those to get some damage in. And you're also going to be having some Frost Giants that you can build, as you're going to have 9,000 gold to use. So as you're going to be raiding with the Huskar, building up your Frost Giant numbers, you can actually use those to help break through a position. Huskar, Frost Giant, Jarl, that sort of an army. Can be very, very potent. Maybe some Thrown Axemen in there as well. Can be very, very potent in this matchup. All that being said, the reason I'm suggesting something absolutely maddening like a fast heroic with Norse is because this matchup is really, really difficult here for the Norse player. But Ulysses, he is affiliated with the Norse. He's a part of Big Norse. He's constantly trying to prop them up. Say everything else is no. I don't know. He plays Norse really, really well. So he's going to be picking this one when he can, when he has the opportunity to, and when he feels like it's going to be a good idea. And I am very, very interested in seeing how he's going to play this, because, like I said, there are those 3 ideas. I think the troll idea is also kind of fairly nice. And Shelty is an incredibly aggressive player in his own right. So he's like, he probably isn't going to be going town centers here, even if it kind of looks like he is, given the resources that's coming in. Shelty's also being quite nice here. He's actually not going for that 3rd Qualfu, so maybe this is going to be a town center. I mean, you look at this top one, there's a gold mine up the top. He's got 2 gold mines in the main base. Generally speaking, on this map, with 2 gold mines, the far second town center is a really nice way to play. There's the Yatsa moving across the map. Still wondering exactly what's going to happen here as Shelty does decide to move across the map and grab this town center. So a little bit more risky here. Now, it's very important here for Ulysses to scout this. If he does scout it, he has to make a decision. Well, now are we going to go fast heroic? We're going to go town center. We're going to go 2 town center fast heroic. What is our game plan? He's got a little bit of time to play with because he's gone for the armory and he's got all those upgrades. He's 3 villages ahead of where he should be, and he's going up to 4 villages ahead of where he should be, but he did have to pay for all of those, and he has to let those dwarves basically pay them off before he finds himself any sort of an advantage. Buying, like, say, copper weapons, right, for a dwarf, that dwarf is generally, it's only 50 gold, right? It's only 50 gold normally, but when you buy copper weapons, it's going to be, what is it, 60 something, 120 something resources. So it takes a little bit longer to pay those guys off. You do get a big upgrade out of it, and you want the upgrade. So it's not, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just, in terms of getting the second town center up, it's a bit slow. But you don't have to worry about it that much. Anyways, great haul coming down for Ulysses as the Yatsa on the way, looking for a little bit of a fight. Yeah. Ulysses will come through here. The Valkyrie is an amazing answer to these Yahtzee early on. As the Yahtzee will just pull back, trying to escape any sort of pioneers in here, as he does have this one. So he can bring this forward and actually turn around and at least fight this. But the damage has been done, and Ulysses can just leave if he wants to. He does not need to hang around and take damage from the pioneer. So you see double great hauls here for Ulysses. I think this is incredibly dangerous. This is so dangerous. I almost don't think it's possible. Okay, let me break it down. Right now, Shelty is Shenong. He's got all the goats in the world. He does not need to eat this. These villagers over here well, he hasn't put the buildings in the right spot, but he can put the buildings here to lock this off, put a building up here, and then drop a wall. And then this gold mine is really tough to attack. And then on top of that, he just has to make a whole bunch of halberdier and get himself Master of Weaponry, which is very, very quick, easy to do. We are seeing the Master of Weaponry coming through, but he only has the one military camp. If he's worried about it, he can also grab this technology as well. As the army into the middle, Yahtzee, he's going to lose it even if he dashes, because it does take a little bit of time to get that dash in. And we'll see if Shelty is going to be able to keep his villagers alive. Garrison's in. The Qualfu on this side. No reaction from Shelty just yet. What is he thinking? He turns. He's thinking, I'm just going to turn with the Qualfu. I don't care. We can take a fight, he says. Come at me, bro. The Qualfu do pierce damage. These raiding cavalry just got a pierce buff, and they almost just took one out. They just took one out. No problems. Nonetheless, the Chillin in hot pursuit picks off the raiding cavalry. One halberdier does manage to catch out a raiding cavalry there, and I think it's dead. I don't think you can get a... Oh, well, it doesn't want to chase it. Okay, it was dead if you let the halberdier chase it down. But now Ulysses is going to be getting these guys back up, and he does go for his second town center behind all of this. So this isn't all in from Ulysses, these raids, but he does need to get himself a few villager kills to equalize here. The problem is, how? What are the weak points? The villagers here are weak. The villagers are here are weak. The villagers on this wood line are kind of weak. There's a tower there to save them. As both of these guys just sort of high-fiving in the middle. There's no buildings in the middle here. So this is the scary bit for Shelty. He hasn't really defended his base well at all. These villagers need to run. He's taking his time, not being respectful of this. Villagers pulling on that side. Over onto this side, Shelty not pulling them back, and he will be losing a couple of villagers here. There's 1, 2 to end up falling. A third one goes down. That's the amount of villagers that he needs to be picking here onto the wood line. Attempting to pull back over here as well. He does have access to this Prosperous Seeds tech, or God Power as well, which can be used as a nice way to defend all the other stuff. As the villagers coming over onto this position, there will be a Forest Fire available. Very scary here for Shelty. Forest Fire gets dropped down. Now the raiding cavalry coming over onto this side. And Shelty can move back up onto this wood line, I guess. The Qualfu over here, he will turn around and say, well, I don't know if you've heard, but these Qualfu, they pack a punch. Another raiding cavalry does end up falling. Ulysses has his wall. He's still behind on villagers, just a little bit. Slowly getting him... He's a little bit behind on military resource advantage here as well. Yeah, I've never seen... I mean, to be honest, you have to remember that the... How do I put this? The Qualfu is basically worth 3 villages. So if there's 4 villages there, or 4 Qualfu there, that's like there's 12 villages sitting there. That's like there's 12. So, in a way. Over onto this side. Throw an axeman. Getting sniped out. And Shelty poking his head onto this left side. Longhouses from Ulysses getting knocked down. Now going to be having the Bragi coming in now for Ulysses as he says, I'm not going to be sticking in this. Oh, why are these guys flipped like this? Oh, they are right. They know I'm stupid. Okay, so Ulysses now going up to Bragi and Shelty here. He is still sitting in this classical age, but I imagine he's looking to go to the next stage. He's still making a couple more halberdiers. Does have to be careful here. There's a raiding cavalry coming in onto this spot, but the Baihu is out. And life is going to be difficult for Ulysses to continue getting some raids in into this game. Now Bragi in. Pickaxe, hand axe coming through. And Shelty needs to pull back for the time being. Couple of military camps coming down onto the front there as well, as the Prosperous Seeds farms in on this side for the first amount. Do see one raiding cavalry getting sniped. The raiding cavalry here, yet again, looking for villagers to snipe. There's no access to another Prosperous Seeds for another 5 seconds. We could use that right here and here, no problems. Meanwhile, over onto this side, Ulysses says, great, let's grab the town center. This game here is looking like it's moving a little bit away from what maybe Shelty is going to be used to. Shelty is really, really used to these hyper-aggressive games where he's just going to go full send, full pedal to the metal. But this is looking like it's going to be more of one of those slow, macro-ish, defensive sort of games. The gold mines are spread out. You're playing against Thor, who's got Dwarven mines up the wazoo at already up to 3,000 gold per 50 favor. And this one's free, right? So there's not going to be any kills here in sight. Shelty going for the ballet, however. He looks like he's going for the kill. To some degree, as the halberd is just sitting, waiting, watching. On the other side, for Shelty, for Ulysses, he's a little bit behind the 8 ball on the military resource value. But he is coming in with all these raiding cavalry. There's no halberdiers, or very few amounts of halberdiers over here. So the halberdiers are chasing from behind. Got to be careful not to run into this army, though. He doesn't spot it at the moment. They're starting to come in. There's going to be lightning weapons, fey beasts, and a little bit of some scared fighting to happen here. Especially, well, there's also flaming weapons, but Ulysses will not be wanting to be fighting at the moment. He's just put a town center down. He has a villager advantage here. He can just sit back, wait. Shelty, on the other hand, he kind of has to get something done. He needs to get those military or those machine workshops up on the top. Maybe get some siege out and actually siege this position down. Pick some villagers here to keep himself somewhat equal. He's at full population, so he's actually not training any villagers anymore. They're sitting just idle at 100%. But the town center now under attack, and Ulysses is going to be feeling like he needs to take a fight here. Flaming weapons gets dropped down. Lightning weapons. Fey beasts also onto the back line there. Are the heroes enough here to take out those battle boars or not? Their pioneers there need to be on the battle boars, but they're going over there. And it looks like the army there of Ulysses does end up melting. The throwing axe have got to be... No, the halberdiers have got to be careful here when they're actually taking this fight. You don't want to charge into throwing action. There's not many there, but still. Shelty, I was saying this game is going to go very long, but I guess my read on it is so off. Ulysses couldn't get his defenses in. He actually has to... He takes the fight. Maybe he could have sacked the town center. No need to take the fight until you're at full pop. But nonetheless, army over here getting taken out. Shelty continuing to push forward. He can pull back and actually take the town center out. And Ulysses is going to have to macro out another army. And he has lost villages and he has lost farms. That's a lot of farms lost here. And the villagers are actually still over here, so they can get caught. Shelty can take them out. He hasn't run. Ulysses hasn't run his villages. He's finally doing so as a couple of units come in to distract. And Ulysses just says, nah, we aren't doing this. Let's tap out. Let's go to game number 3. I think Ulysses here, I think he should have ran from the fight for 20 seconds and then just come in later. I think he should have ran from the fight. When the lightning weapons got dropped on the Fey Beast, just pull back for a little bit and then come back afterwards. Or just pull back completely, sack this town center. Or just let this town center fall, run the villagers, come over here, grab this town center while that's all going on, and just wait because your income is going to carry you through and you're going to be able to get an army to actually fight this. If you got full military equality, like you see the difference in the military cost here. That's the town center there, plus the villagers getting trained out of it, I guess. Not having yet paid themselves off. All resource total is kind of close. In fact, Ulysses is in front on this. So it's kind of wild. He just needed to wait a little bit longer. But nonetheless, well played there from Shelty. We'll move into game number 3 and see if Shelty can keep his winning ways going. It's 1-1 now, ladies and gentlemen. Alrighty then. Got ourselves a loss on the Thor and a win on the Shenong. We are going to be going in onto the map Aethereal next. And it's going to be starting very soon. Yay. I imagine it's going to be a Zeus from Ulysses, but Shelty here, he could pick Isis, he could pick Hades, he could pick Noir. I like Noir on this map. He's probably going to pick Hades, but Ulysses is so prepared for Hades, I think. Alright, it's going to be a Zeus versus Isis game. Oops. It's going to be a Zeus versus Isis game on the map Anatolia. Let's get it. Alrighty. Ulysses on his favorite. This is one of his favorite gods here. There's a few people who have really pioneered things with Zeus. You got the Mister, you got Pegasus Rush, and you got Ulysses. After those 3 names, the list becomes pretty short on people who have really managed to super innovate. Eric Biara as well. That's the list. I don't think you can... I mean, I guess you've also got Magyar and Alem King. 1, 2, 3, 4... 6 people. Let's go with 5, 6 people total that have really been able to innovate on this Zeus god, and Ulysses being one of them. He did come up with a couple of very, very nice Zeus ideas in his time with this god. So let's see how this is all going to go, as Ulysses now going to start getting himself the fishing ships on the left side, and Shelty also starts on the same side. You're dealing with a sick person here, guys. I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry. So let me quickly run you through this. I don't know if is Anatolia on the ranked ladder at the moment? I think it is. Is it? I haven't played much ranked. I know Setonaikai is. I think Anatolia's in the rank ladder. So anyways, let me walk you through some early game decision making. So the general rule for Anatolia, doesn't matter what god you are. There's some exceptions, but even on those gods, you can still do this general rule. The general rule is 18 fishing ships. The question is, how do I get my 18 fishing ships? Where do I put them? Where do I go? Well, the answer, as we are seeing Shelty not following my general rule here, is scout where your opponent's dock is, and then build your second dock on the opposite side to that dock. So in this situation, Ulysses having his first dock here and Shelty having his first dock over here, the second dock should get dropped on this bottom side for both players. We see Ulysses doing that, but Shelty not. Now, if for whatever reason the docks are on opposite sides to start, then you walk forward and you do what Shelty's doing, and you take all of the far fish first, and you start working backwards. That way you get your 18 fish. Your opponent is also going to do the same. They're going to get their 18 fish regardless. That's the secret here for Anatolia. Shelty here, he's actually going for a third dock and not putting his temple up, which will slow his advance down slightly. And he's not going for this forward fish. So I think he's lost a little bit of an advantage here, but we'll see. We'll see if this is going to slow him down too much or what's going to happen here. We've seen like Zeus dominating on this map for quite some time. I do think that Isis is playable here. It's definitely not a bad god to be playing on Anatolia. I've played a lot of random here. I've played Egyptian. I've played Atlantean. I've played a whole bunch of different gods here, Norse. And my experience has generally been that while Zeus is very simple to play, the other gods are more than playable on these maps. It's maybe a little bit more tricky. You have to be a little bit more specific about counter strategies and scouting and making sure you react, whereas the Zeus player is just going to be able to go for their simple play. But if their simple play doesn't work, or you know what's coming, right? If their simple play doesn't work, then you're all good. Meanwhile, Obelisk up for Shelty. He's trying to get a little bit of scouting information. Athena's coming through, and it will be Bast. This is the second time I've seen Bast on this map from Isis, and I'm not exactly sure it doesn't quite make the most sense to me. And we are still seeing villagers on food, which generally means Shelty is going to be going for a fast heroic. So maybe in this sense, it's going to be completely fine. If he stays a little bit in the heroic age, makes some ships, then you want that Anubis. Or even inside of this strat, maybe you want that Anubis anyways. But nonetheless, the villagers actually moving around here. He does put them over onto wood and gold. Has a little bit of food in the bank. More fishing ships are coming through here for Shelty to finish up. And same too for Ulysses on this side. Persine is generally the first upgrade to come in. You can go for a couple of boats first and try and overwhelm your opponent if they go for the Persine. Try and find your big advantage there. As into the center of the map. First blood is drawn. Jason holding a relic. Gets that ogre bitten helm. Ooh, love that one. That's a huge help for the Greek heroes there. Kui Drum as well on this side to help out the damage. Feather of Ji Weng there. A little bit of a wood trickle. And Archimedes Ledger making the buildings build just that little bit faster. As the final two fishing ships coming through here for Shelty. Ulysses has built an armor. He's going for a fast heroic himself. He is going for a fast heroic himself. Dionysus is pretty cute. The armory is up over here as well. Bolt there onto the Sphinx. Prosperity getting dropped down. There's 1,800 gold left in that gold mine, so plenty of gold there. And he does pick Anubis. No, Nephthys. And he's going to grab himself that heroic fleet behind this while starting to build some Kebnets. So he's obviously predicting a fast heroic, a whole bunch of Skylar. There's so many villagers on this. Is this spotted? He sees one villager on the temple. That's super unfortunate. If the obelisk was a little bit further forward, he'd be able to see 4 villagers on the temple, which does mean Skylar at this point are going to be coming. But nonetheless, boats starting to mass up over here. Now the cabinets have also got that 3x versus myth units here, so there's an answer. This pickaxe to come through. We've also got that Olympian parentage on the way. And look at this damage from the cabinet onto the Minotaur. Because the Minotaur is so big, the arrows actually hit it. So it's the cabinet's actually a good counter to land myth units as opposed to just human units where the arrows will actually miss. You can click on the villager and see how many his... That's true, you probably can. You can't anymore because the obelisk is dead. Nonetheless, some cabinets down onto the bottom side. Ulysses has to make a decision now. Does he go for Skylar? He's got the favor, but his opponent has got those cabinets out. Alternatively, do you just say, hang on, let's just not even worry about water here. We'll be able to take out the Skylar before it does gets any sort of value. We have an immediate Soul Amphora in for Ulysses, even though he's getting idled all over the place. He will be building himself a couple of Juggernauts. Skylar on the way too. But he has to defend both sides of the water. Which side is he coming from? One side here. All on the bottom, it looks like. A couple on the top here as well. As the Skylar are in. And immediately, the cabinets to turn around. Starting to hit the Skylar, but they're not going to be doing much damage just sitting here. And Shelty now says, time to run. But this Skylar will be able to chase it down. No, it won't. 5.5 speed wins. Gets out. No problems. We're still not seeing that Ancestors Eclipse onto the economy either. There is one Jason here. Is there a Heracles somewhere in the main base? There is a Heracles somewhere. Up onto this side, just denying any sort of entrance from the Scorpion Men. And Shelty, just by holding Ancestors Eclipse, he has really, really made Ulysses play incredibly passive here. There's some ramming galleys coming in. They will be able to deal with those Juggernauts up onto this top side. Migdol Stronghold getting shot up as Shelty wants the Mythic Age. Now, this here is a good, strong play, but it does make you a little bit one-dimensional. If you go straight for the Migdol, you're only going to be able to make cavalry units, of which Prodromus are available for Ulysses. He can make a lot of them. Yes, he doesn't have himself Spirited Charge, but he does have Thracian horses that he can grab. Over onto this side, the Juggernauts getting taken down as Shelty is in full swing with his navy here. The Skylar will get taken down. Those ramming galleys have to be careful of the dock. But he's charging in onto it nonetheless. Skylar will end up falling. Does get an extra head. Oop, no, it doesn't die. 75 HP in a dream. Will end up going. Will it go down to the ramming galley? Nope. Shelty here losing on both sides. It looks like not able to micro there. Tries to get himself some more cabinets out on the top here, I guess. Trying to deal with these Skylar, but they're now scary. There's 3 heads, 2 heads on the bottom here. Just the one-headed Hydra, and we have got Thoth to come through now for Shelty. He does build a market and sell some food there. So he's going to be losing the water, it looks like. Actually, he does get a water turtle. That might be enough to help him, but he's only got the 1 monument up. He needs an extra 2 monuments, I think, now. Or maybe a second monument and empowering it to get the favor for his big upgrade. The Valley of the Kings. A couple of camel riders now starting to come through. The Pentaconta come through and just finish off the rest of these guys. Fishing ships are going to have to idle themselves, but the docks here can take out the ramming galleys or the Pentacontas, and then he can start thinking about focusing these Skylar down. He's going to get some more cabinets on the right side. Over here, he could actually send over a priest or 2 to at least protect his docks. As Ulysses says, all right, fortress in the middle. Let's go for Hera. As the Heracles gets spotted. And this is eclipse on this. Could be huge. Does Shelty notice it? He's not spotted it. He does see the fortress coming up. Is he going to move over there? He's not seen how far along it is. 19 seconds. They're still trying to chase down these guys. He does come over now. Answers Eclipse now coming down with 15 seconds remaining on the fortress. And denying this fortress is very, very big because not only does it kill off the fortress that's nearly finished, but now there's a whole bunch of resources that aren't getting spent. The gold mine's about to be expired. Ulysses is now in a lot of trouble here. This one villager will end up going down as well. He does have to pick off the fortress, though. Another one in the main base starting to come up, but a couple of minions do manage to get in here, and we have got the meteor coming through. He hits it right onto the villagers there. They're all down to next to no HP. Ulysses too slow to react on that one. The villagers get massacred in the main base. He's got 20 remaining now. Another fortress coming down for Ulysses on the left over here. Up here now, Ulysses' fortress to get sniped. It's absolutely brutal from Shelty. And here's the thing. He hasn't even got himself Valley of the Kings here. He could have double the amount of military units out at the moment. Nonetheless, Doc... Maybe not double, but you get what I mean. The fortress does end up finishing up here for Ulysses, so he will be able to get his Lightning Storm in. But is that going to be enough? Especially the fast units that can just run and then just return back in. Shelty trying to poke his way through. Chariot Archer goes down. Camel Rider goes down. Oh, and the monument to the soldiers up from Shelty. That is brutal. How can you Lightning Storm this? Shelty is going to be doing the monument push. Migdol push. He also needs the monument for the favor for that upgrade as well, so he can empower this. There is going to be a bronze available for Ulysses, a restoration as well, but you can't use it under this position. Shelty is slowly building up onto this side. The war turtle hanging out. Fishing ships have been cleaned up. So while there is a fairly large differential of villages here, 20 to 37, 17 differential. Fishing ships do not get counted there. Ulysses has got 20 fishing ships. So technically speaking, game probably pretty close on income. And Shelty is trying to break through this spot. He does pull off the monument to the soldiers for the time being as bronze gets dropped in. Restoration as well as Shelty too over eager, I guess, with the monument. He doesn't need to empowering it anymore. There's no god powers to drop down. But now he's back onto it. He says, okay, what's coming for me? There's going to have to be a lightning storm, right? But he pulls off with the monument yet again. As now, Lightning Storm does get dropped down. The army will try and pull into the Migdol stronghold to try and keep it alive. But as you pull into the Migdol, then all the lightning bolts start hitting it. And it's going to clean this Migdol up. And now all of a sudden, Shelty has to take a fight, but he's still got the units here. He's still fine to continue along here. On the other side, the gold mine just about to fall here for Ulysses. And there's plenty of resources coming in on the other side. There's also the other problem of the trade route, or the market, the food situation being removed. Ulysses sneaking the gold mine on this side. For whatever reason, Shelty doesn't have eyes on it. He does have Ulysses does have eyes on Shelty's gold mine, however. There's a camel riders to charge through. There is a priest and a pharaoh in this army to take out the Medusa. There's the catapults slowly starting to come through. And Ulysses will decide in that moment there to tap out as Shelty shows the Isis pain train here. Ulysses investing a lot into that mythic age and that very this game here for me just proves, like, just answers so many prayers that I've had about Ancestors Eclipse. Like, you saw this incredibly, I don't want to label it, but just this incredibly common theme with Isis early days of, and even up to recently, of them just hit heroic age, drop Ancestors Eclipse on the economy, and just great, we get guaranteed damage, happy days. What Shelty did here was he said, that's not really an option. There's also heroes there, but still, it's not really an option to do that anymore. You don't get that much value. So I'll wait. I'll find a good option, a good time in the game to drop it. And he spots the fortress going up. And he goes, great, I can deny that. And we're going to kill everything. And then the meteor plus the minions and all that other stuff. And just all that chaos all mounting in one little moment for mass value. Shelty now up 2-1 in this best of 5 series. We'll see if he can win it in the next one. Or if Ulysses can bring it back. Let me just message Recon and Aethereal and just see how they're feeling, because I just want to ask if they can maybe wait half an hour if it goes long. But we'll see what's happening. If it doesn't, we can just watch the recording games. It's fine. Need to ask. Alright, now we're going in onto the map Okuchichibu. I love me some Okuchichibus. As Blue won both sides of the water and still lost the game. I think if he didn't lose all the villagers to the meteor, I think he would have been fine. I think it would have been a really good spot if he didn't lose all the villagers to the meteor. But he kind of just got blown to smithereens from that. Alrighty. So on Okuchichibu, what gods are we going to be seeing? We see Ulysses as the Amaterasu, and we have Shelty as the Hades. Do I think he would have gotten the keep up if he just kept building? I don't think so. There was still like 15 seconds on it. Alrighty. Couple seconds away from getting into game number 4. Shelty been playing an incredibly well-crafted series here. Let me also make sure I get these guys in for you. I totally forgot to do so. It was you as a loss, you as a win. Alright. So, Okuchichibu, game number 4. Ulysses back against the wall. Has to bring himself back in this one. We'll see if he can do it. Let's go. Left-hand corner of the map. Ulysses on the Amaterasu. Greek 2.0. as some people have labeled it. In the right-hand corner of the map, Shelty as the Greek god, Hades. It's been a really exciting series thus far. These guys have been going absolutely wild here. But so far, we haven't really seen either player here really trying to just hold on. There's been a lot of kind of quick resigns or like all-in attacks or like there's never... This is the thing I think... Excuse me. This is the thing I think with Age Mythology. As we're going to take a little detour away from the game and talk about my own theories on life and the world and all the other good stuff. Age Mythology is a game of power spikes and having the advantage and having the disadvantage and then getting the advantage back. And all of this stuff happens based on timings as well as how well you play in the game. Losing villages, not losing villages, managing to get away with greed or not getting away with greed, etc, etc, etc. Anyways, as that's the case, you have to be ready to sack things. You have to be ready to not take a fight, even though your opponent is forcing really hard. Because they're forcing really hard because they've got an advantage most of the time, right? So it does require some pretty big knowledge to know not to take those types of fights. It does require some pretty big patience and sort of fortitude to say, you know what, I don't need that position. Let me just make sure I just move, keep everything alive. We can take this fight another day, push the game a little bit later. We do see that from some very high-level players, by the way. We've already seen it already. So I'm wanting to see these guys buckle down in this one. We've got Shelty as an incredibly defensive god here. You do not need to go crazy here with Hades. Take it slow. You've got the late game to some degree here. Yes, there is one problem you have to play around, which is going to be the Oyumi. There's two options here. One I haven't tried and one I have. So one option is Earthquake. Completely removes the Oyumi and then you just break through and you just kill him off really quickly. As well as starting to add in Heliopoli and things like that to break the buildings down, etc. The other option that I haven't tried but I've theory crafted works is Colossus. So if your opponent does go like the ultimate goal here for the Amaterasu is, and for everyone, if this sort of a comp exists, your ultimate goal is to get to this comp, because if you do, it's really hard for your opponent to win. And this is like a death ball comp, right? It's your Protoss death ball or whatever you want to call it. It just doesn't die, it just beats everything. The death ball for Amaterasu is basically upgraded Oyumi plus Yari Spearman plus some type of myth unit, whether it's going to be the Omuraki or the Tengu or the Raiju. Those three. Is there Asura as well in here? No, you can't go the Asura because you need the upgrade. So it's the Omuraki, Tengu, or Raiju, right? So you have to ask the question, how do I beat that death ball if it comes? And I do think you've got answers with the Colossus to get onto the Oyumi. The only thing that'll kill those really easily inside of that death ball is if they're going to start making some on the Musha. And if they do, you can actually snipe them off with your own units, especially like heroes and things. Like your Bellerophon can jump in, or here you have to use your own all your heroes or whatever. But you can do that. And then your Colossus can take out the Oyumi, and the rest of your units can take out everything else, and you can use buildings to sort of push, etc., etc., etc. As we do see the villagers now coming up from Shelty onto this settlement here. Over here, the Kamatachi to come through. Ajax is sitting here waiting, watching. But there's going to be a solar shield. This could be pretty brutal. We are seeing the Achilles to come through as well. As Ajax comes in. Get a couple of snags onto this one before the Kamatachi does get in here. We are seeing the villagers moving at a granary to get dropped down, as the villagers will need to start moving around here. You have to start running with this. These villagers idled. One villager going to be going down over onto this side. But the town center going to be continuing to go up as the Ajax chases down the Kamatachi. But as soon as he gets unsnared, he's able to escape. And into the main base, there is going to be a dojo. There is going to be a stable. And those Naginata riders are on their way. 17 seconds on this town center. Shelty could be in some trouble here. Shelty could be in some trouble. He does get the town center up, it looks like. His main base is looking very, very open here as well. Where did the Achilles go? He's got to get that Achilles in here. As the Zom gets dropped down on the town center over here, the villagers will move back over onto this back food. But his base is so out in the open. Meanwhile, Achilles coming in. Did he spot the villagers going in there? He did not spot the villagers going for the town center. Now is the time to get that revenge fire. Send the Minotaur in. Get that damage. Now seeing the Achilles coming through. Might get a Vil pick here. Not quite able to do so. He's going to pull back for the time being. Wall's coming up over onto this side for Shelty. He's got to get himself sorted out quickly here. Achilles and Pegasus. Or Pegasi? There's just a random red dot over here. Oh, there's just two goats here. Just hanging out. Katoskopot's scouting, trying to see stuff. Town center for Ulysses is up. So there will be no significant advantage here for Shelty. He's going to have himself Vault of Erebus plus a 4 villager lead. It's not that big. It is nice, but it's not crazy. As Ulysses now coming through, Shelty reacts quickly, pulls back. As I'm just going to get to my town center. He could dive into the tower here as the villagers do pull away quickly. Ajax and the Minotaur in hot pursuit, but that's some big idle time as Shelty needs to get back to work immediately here. Over on this side, Military Academy, double Military Academy. The Samurai is literally just patrolling here, hoping a hoplite will pop out and say, let me enjoy. Does Shelty see this? No. It's actually such a wild patrol there. As the Minotaur comes in, sends the units flying. Achilles is over here to say, hello there, sailor, as the Naginata rider does receive that solar shield. That's kind of nice if you're Shelty. You're like happy about that, I guess. The Samurai gonna eat a big fat Minotaur buck. The villager on the front here is starting to get sniped down. We are seeing some hoplites to come through here. Restoration in as well to try and keep everyone alive and well as this Kamatachi trying to pull back. And Ulysses says, thank you very much. That is some very, very low value restoration shenanigans coming in as the villager of Shelty now looking to get the wall finished off, but there's already a Naginata rider over here. And he will be ending up losing that one there as these units still chasing away the Samurai on this side. Shelty decides, I don't know what he's doing here. All of the Toxotes in the world. Move on to this spot. Does manage to snipe a Naginata rider. Still trying to chase down these Samurai, but he can't really be looking for these fights here. He's got to pull back around the other side. Lots of hoplites actually are in, so maybe he can take the fight, but Samurai just do so good against them. I wonder if like 3 hoplites beats 1 Samurai. 2 hoplites definitely do not beat 1 Samurai, but 3? Maybe. Some Toxotes now joining in. They should be a good option here versus the Samurai. These guys only got 10% PS armor, 228 HP. Do I think the Kamatachi should be nerfed? I have thoughts on it, but I don't know if it's the time or place to share them, to be honest. I think they're nearly okay. I think they're basically they're fine probably. No, they're fine. The Kamotachi is fine. The more I think about it, the more I think it's fine. But Shelty now decides it's time to actually take a big fight here. Another cheeky little solar shield to come through. But the Minotaur headbutt there, that's actually a nice little usage. But the Musha now coming in will be able to finish off the Minotaur on this side. Oh, never mind. Stays alive. 16 HP in a dream. But the front line all ending up falling here as the walls on this back going to be going up. But the problem here is now it's medium. And look at the Bushido gain. This fight from Shelty has been so brutal. Random samurai does end up going down over here. So, like, this is going to be heavy in very, very shortly. Shelty needs to say, let's stop building units and go heroic age. He needs to go heroic age. And he needs to be going heroic age like a minute ago. That being said, there is an option to move up to the top. These villagers over here, very out in the open, raiding and then popping back away. He can't fight here. Like, he literally can't fight, but he can raid. As he makes his way up to the top, Ulysses sees nothing until this moment. He's moving his units down to the bottom. I don't know exactly what he's looking for, but he is about to get caught. Never mind. He's not about to get caught out. Shelty is hanging back. Oh, if only Shelty knew. He's got a Pegasus. If he was scouting out, he would see this. He would have known he can come up and actually get something happening here. Slowly but surely, this Bushido is coming through. There's so many samurai in for Ulysses. He's got 9 of them, and that Bushido is just ticking away so quickly. There's now the upgrades to come through for Shelty. Why not Ares? Yeah, I like Ares in this matchup as well. I think it's amazing. You get the Toxote upgrade, plus you got a Pacifist. You kind of want the hoplites from Naginata Riders, though. So you don't have to go straight into the Pacifist. You can get them later. But there goes the heavy. And this is literally heavy units versus naked units. And Shelty is sitting here taking this fight. Just run back behind the wall. You don't have to take every fight. He pulls back. He loses nearly half of his army. Well, not half. He's still got 3k remaining. Behind the wall and behind the towers. Should be a half decent defense here. He's got a gold mine over on this spot he can go towards. I did say they now have the upgrades. But now it's heavy versus medium, which is a little bit better for Shelty, but he is behind on military resource value as the Kamotachi does come in, gets a big amount of splash damage there. A good choke point for Shelty. As Shelty needs to be happy that Ulysses is retreating at the moment. Cannot be chasing. More hoplites coming in. More Toxotes. Oh, he doesn't know there's a gold mine over here. Oh, dear. It's always the tiniest little black spot, isn't it? Without question, it's always the tiniest little black spot. He is coming over here to grab this gold mine, which is incredibly dangerous. But he will want to be able to retreat. And I guess Ulysses will think he's on this gold mine, so he might even leave this one. So it might not be as crazy bad as you think. And Shelty now grabbing himself Aegis Shield. Sarissa also coming in to help out those hoplites a lot. Still trying to poke down those samurai. Champion is at 18,000 Bushido experience. And now Apollo does come through. So Apollo's going to give at least some boost onto those Toxotes, get that unique upgrade. Manticore as well here are really, really good against this army. Why? Low pierce armor, splash damage. That's really nice. Shelty obviously getting away with murder on this gold mine. He's completely out in the middle of nowhere. However, he will have an underworld to save them, if need be. The army yet again charging in. Shelty, absolutely insane to be actually taking fights right now. Another solar shield to come through as the Toxotes, they are slowly getting their damage done onto the samurai. And it's actually looking like Shelty's defensive position here is holding true. He pulls back up, still waiting. He does not need to fight. He's got the ballistics for some reason pre-queued. Why can you pre-queue this? You shouldn't even be able to. You shouldn't even be able to see it. It just auto upgrades. What happens here? I've never seen this before. Does it just go away? No, it just stays there. It just stays there. What the hell? All right. Nonetheless, Naginata Rider is going to be breaking into the main base. There's no defenses behind this wall. Shelty's army is out of position here. Meanwhile, an underworld passage to come down onto this bottom position, hitting some villages here. It's out in the middle of nowhere, but I mean, what is he going to be looking for? He knows there's a gold mine over on this back position. He's going for the town center into the main base. All the villagers will be needing to be racing for towers and getting to defensive positions. Is picking off a town center at this point going to be enough? We see Hachiman to come through here for Ulysses. No rage in here for the Super Samurai, it looks like. But a great play from Shelty, but he's losing so many villagers for it. Chiron comes through. Oh. And the villagers on this top position get spotted. Shelty can make a break for his underworld passage, though. He's got that as an option. The Naginata Riders are coming through. Shelty doesn't notice it. A fortress coming out. Run for the underworld. Quick! Where are the Naginata Riders going? He's seen you. Never mind. Never mind. He hasn't seen you. It's fine. Just get the fortress up underneath the villager's face here. It's totally fine. Samurai getting some big damage done onto this position as Shelty pulls back. There's going to be a Shogun on the way as well as that's coming, as the Daimyo is queued up. Is this a good fight for Shelty? It looks like the answer is yes, it is. The fortress is also up and these villagers on the bottom are going to be getting sniped. What has Ulysses done here? Couple more Daimyo to come through. He will have a Shogun soon. Couple of villagers getting sniped onto this side as the Shogun gets called upon. The game is painfully close here. Villager differential, it's equal. The Ajax is out sniping villagers and all the other good stuff over here. Gold mine still available on this spot. Still mining gold at the top. So Ulysses got plenty of oomph in this game. So now the Tengu are coming through. Hasn't grabbed the upgrade just yet. It's a very, very important part of the Tengu. Without that upgrade, these units are mediocre at best. With the upgrade, they become incredibly strong. Ulysses charges forward here. Going to start attempting to break through this army yet again, fighting below population, but he does have the Shogun. That's going to be a huge help for him. He's now hit champion, however, as Shelty's army does now seem to get broken through. All of the units there for Shelty falling as he got over eager there. Now he is fighting heavy versus champion. He needs that mythic age. He's pulling back now into the underworld passage. And now Ulysses can very calmly, collectedly take out the underworld passage and keep going in this game. It's 3 town centers to 2 though. The units out for Shelty on this side as well. We'll start taking down houses and actually going after this town center. But he does decide to pop over here and try and take the fight. Is this going to work? He does have a whole bunch of Hypaspists here to take out all of those samurai. And Shelty does decide better pull back. He's got the advantage. He can just attack this position. He doesn't need to worry about this going back up. Just kill off this town center where the farms are. He's got the gold mine here. He had a Petropolis as well. But unfortunately now, the underworld passage is gone, and the army for Ulysses is marching forward to try and take this position out. There's 3,600 gold remaining. It's not the biggest of deals to lose this. It really isn't. There's also a gold mine still behind here, which Shelty doesn't know about. I don't know if he'll ever know about it. But nonetheless, some Petropolis now starting to come through for Shelty. He's going after this town center. On the top side here, going to be trying to break through here. And we are actually seeing Kakamikazuchi in for Ulysses. He's going to have that Divine Slash. He's going to have some Super Samurai once he gets those upgrades. As the army of Ulysses charges forward. He really doesn't have much in here, but it's seeming like this army feels like absolutely crazy strong. As Shelty does manage to push it back for the time being. Meanwhile, over onto this side, units sneaking around the right here. Jumping over, picking off villages, all the other good stuff. The samurai ends up falling. Tengu dying over here as well. All these villages are going to start going down. Ulysses still in a fine position. We are actually seeing the... I missed this. The Hephaestus also coming through at the moment. The main base under attack, however, as Shelty needs to defend this. The villagers over here have gotten caught out. Onto this side. More Tengu diving in. I don't know if Ulysses can hold the town center. Maybe he can. These units are just melting at the moment. Plus, villagers are just falling left, right, and center for Shelty. Ulysses is literally all over Shelty with his army. Literally, this Shogun charging around here, absolutely insane. Meanwhile, Hephaestus now in. That's going to be all the armory upgrades to come through very quickly, I'm sure. Gets himself his Forge of Olympus upgrade. Full bronze to research. Not much income, not many resources here. Takamikazuchi is now in. Do you drop the Divine Slash down now while he's retreating? Or onto the villagers here? Right onto the villagers. He's going to... Never mind, he missed the villagers. And he missed the army. Well, hello there. Sword is now gone. Shelty did manage to survive for the time being. But his gold mine is now having some serious issues. The fortress, however, is going to be a gigantic amount of assistance here. He could also drop the sentinels onto this position to help him out even more defending the gold mine. However, Asura is going to be a gigantic amount of assistance here. We are seeing the 10-fist sword. I'm sure we'll see that sumo training coming through as well to make the infantry even stronger. As the Colossus pulls back. Gonna take out some houses and all the other good stuff over here as well. Can Shelty bring this back? I mean, he's behind on military, but he's getting his upgrades in. He's about to be full iron. He needs to hold this gold mine, maybe start a trade route or something. He still has this one, but he doesn't know it exists. More upgrades coming through. Got the bronze weapons. Gold kite. And this Asura is so cool. This is easily my favorite myth unit in the entire game. You see some more of these guys getting built. He's an absolute beast, without question. Nonetheless, Ulysses still can't quite push through here. He's close to full pop. He's losing units in the main base quite quickly. Now we see some Oyumi coming through. Now, I was talking about the Oyumi early in, but Ulysses didn't go for Orphan Inushi. So while they are still okay, they're not insane without that upgrade, I don't think. We do see the Zom actually coming down on the front here. Still more samurai just wandering into the main base. Getting taken out. Wait, does it kill the villager as well? Oh, it does. It's not that big of a deal, but I mean, 65 versus 100 at the moment. Man, Shelty has taken a lot of damage, but he has been resilient here. He's still alive. And Hades, I mean, true to Hades' reputation. He's the god of the underworld. He's the god of the dead. He doesn't die. And if he does die, he'll just keep coming back, because when he dies, he's going back to where he literally back home. That's all death is. As the Shinobi charging in, melting before they can break through this position. Now seeing the 8 banners technology to come through, so the heroes can be a little bit more efficient. Over onto this side, Ulysses trying to secure the rest of the map. Does he spot this? Shelty does see it. Coming in, going to look to try and shank down the castle. Castles are not considered towers, so these villagers do not get that 4x against it, but they are slowly chipping away. I want to see some Colossus out, actually, from Shelty at the moment. Obviously, get his upgrades in first, but some Colossus to help him break through. The town center does end up falling there. These horse archers are just not it versus the Peltast. Oh, however, the Omyoji, if not focused down, that guy absolutely is it. As the army hero of Shelty is yet again melting. On the bottom side, having shanked down the castle, villagers popping over onto this gold mine. Now Shelty going after the shanks over here as well. Can he get a castle or fortress down on this side is the big question. He's only got 1,800 gold left over here. He needs to secure another gold mine because he doesn't know this one exists. I mean, he knows there's one here, or it was one here, right? If we go into Shelty's perspective, he sees one over here. And he didn't have one over here, right? So he knows there has to be, if he thinks, he knows one has to be on this side of the map somewhere. Nonetheless, Shelty pulling back. We're starting to see trade coming through. Tengu. That's from the Goshinboku. You still not get their technology. Now we see some Colossus coming in. Toxotes, hoplites, all the other good stuff.
Nani?
A couple of villagers getting sniped again as this castle gets denied for a second time. Shelty really needs to put some buildings down onto this side. If he gets himself also the advanced fortifications tech, I know it's expensive, but that can help him hold that position as well. So now the town center coming back up for Ulysses. Half of Shelty's army sitting at the back here as he's charging forward. Over onto this side, Toxotes getting shanked down underneath the castle for the time being. He's just over here. Going to pull back over onto this gold mine as well as he charges forward. Is it just because he's got full iron? The upgrades for Ulysses are lacking here. He's really missing them. Town center coming up. We do have a Colossus to come through and attempt to hold this. Now there's these Omyoji are absolutely through. He's got to target those down with the Toxotes. But yet again, Shelty tries to break through, but he just doesn't have the spammage to make this work. Some walls coming up here. He's got himself the stone walls there as well. Another wall coming up over onto this spot to secure it and actually cut off the trade route. A fortress as well for Shelty. Wait. This could be the more prudent call here. This is the important part of the map. These gold mines here are everything. We saw this the other day with Grass versus Tunison. Yes, there's a trade route set up, but Shelty's got control of the corners, and he's about to have the castle up, the fortress up. Shelty doesn't need to care about this spot anymore. He needs to, I mean, maybe don't leave it, but get his own fortresses up on this spot. He's only got 6 villagers on gold here. And he's throwing units away. Still trying to siege up this cliff. Ulysses is held valiantly on this spot, but he is bleeding gold. Sure, he's a Matarasu. He gets around 5 gold per second, I guess, from Bushido. But that's still not enough to keep you afloat. So I have one Shinobi to take down these walls, though. You need some units over here as well. Military camps getting dropped down. There's 40 villagers on wood at the moment for Shelty as he is still slowly sieging this position. Ulysses very smartly now broken through. He needs to get some answers up on this spot. A couple of Toxotes in. They can actually take down the Shinobi here as well. Also, like maybe a boiling oil or something to help out. Do have a cheeky little Gastrophosaurus here who can take down that castle from range. It's more units to come in. It's a very, very spicy game right now. The Achilles to come over, sniping villagers left, right, and center. More units to come in as Shelty has to be aware that if the villagers are here, then this is the only gold mine he's got. Still holding on this right spot is totally fine. He's got the sentinels. He can pull back underneath that, use the fortress to hold on. More units coming down to this spot, but now the samurai are on their way. Achilles looks like it will be getting picked off. Lots and lots of favor in the bank for Manticore. You don't need that gold. Make Manticore here. Another Zom coming in, and that's going to hit the gold mine, actually. The Oyumi, however, are going after the fortress. Up onto this side, the army of Ulysses is getting pushed back. And Shelty now putting towers down to secure his trade route. Random Tengu up here as well. More Tengu getting brought in from that temple. Still no upgrade on them. I mean, at this stage, you do have Perseus. Perseus can be a big help against those myth units, but that costs gold. And Shelty here might be losing the gold mine over here, but he is winning up the top. Does he have anything to actually take this position out, though? Answer is no. He's dropped down to 150 population. He's lost his fortress. He's trying to put it back up. He needs this gold mine. The trade route situation for Shelty. He's got 12 donkey caravans. He might be okay here without needing any sort of gold because he can get the trade route and he's got those Manticore he can spam out. But he does need to recognize that that's what he can do. Up onto the top, town center is held. Shelty was not able to quite convert there on that tiny advantage he's had. Now Ulysses is back up to full population and he's getting his armory upgrades in. Iron, everything is queued up. It's going to take some time, but he's spent the resources now and he is good to start pushing in onto this position. The Petropolis are continuing to come through here to try and take the town center out. We see another Zom on the town center here. He doesn't have any answers to hold on the bottom side of the map. Petropolis here to take down the town center yet again, but Shelty is unable to hold on either side of the map at the moment. Perseus is in. He's going to be doing some nice damage. Now with Shelty losing this town center, I mean, it's not over for him, but Now Ulysses has got 2 gold mines. I mean, there's a little bit of gold over here, but he's got 2 gold mines. He's secured this spot. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, we might be going to a game 5, but I don't want to speak too soon because, you know, Hades is Hades. Hades can do anything. Never say die, Hades. He doesn't have the bloody unique upgrade for his archers either. It might not seem like a lot, but it's 15% damage. Yeah, it's literally 15% damage for the Toxotes. I just say it might not seem like a lot. It's a lot. All the villagers in the main base now going to be going down, and Shelty looks to be crumbling. He's not making those Manticore either. And now Daimyo is in, and that's going to be some scariness as well. As the Shinobi massing up, able to break through here. Now Ulysses can start targeting this trade route and shutting Shelty out. And in that moment there, Shelty taps out and Ulysses takes the win. This was so close here for Shelty. He just was so set on trying to take this town center when all that mattered was this bottom corner and holding this top corner. That's all that mattered. Sure, there's a gold mine here. Like we could like Shelty will see that, kick himself and say, what the hell was I thinking? If I had this gold mine, I probably would have won this game. He's probably right. He probably would have won this game if he'd mined this gold, because he would have been very easily able to hold this push, and so he's going to be upset about that. But the more important thing was, if he gets this control of this bottom, devotes less to holding this top. I mean, even just stops pushing and just plays defense at the top while holding the bottom here as well, then Ulysses runs out of gold and he's not able to continue, or at least he runs out of worthwhile gold income and he's not able to push anymore and he's not able to make any more movement in this game. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got one more game in this series. Let's jump to the draft, see what they're going to pick, see what map it's going to be, and all the other good stuff. What an insane series we're seeing. Let's get into game 5. Oops, that's the wrong one. The Amaterasu here does win, and the Hades does lose. There's still the ace pick left for Shelty, however. There is still the ace pick left for Shelty. He's got his Tsukiyomi. Are they in the game? Oh, they haven't even started. Okay. Anyway, you can yes, the recorded games should be posted on my Discord. You can find them there, or you can go and grab them on aeonstats.io. They'll be there for a day or two, 2 days, 3 days. So one last game in this series, and this is just the start of today. We've still got one big series next, which is Recon versus Aethereal. I did ask them to hold their game. It was supposed to start now, but this series going to 5 games does change things a little bit. All right, what's actually happening here is the big question. Okay, there's the game room. What are their gods going to be? And it looks like it's going to be a Poseidon versus Tsukiyomi affair for game number 5. Onto the map Is it Ghost Lake or Elysium? What did we see first? Did we see Ghost Lake already? I can't even remember. It is Elysium. We're going on to Elysium, Poseidon, Skiomi, full raid, full send. I'm surprised Ulysses didn't pick Fushi here. But he obviously doesn't feel comfortable with the Fushi, and he's going to go for that Poseidon. It's an interesting matchup here because they're both cavalry gods. And while Tsukiyomi does win in the kind of classical age from if he gets his upgrade, it flips back onto the other side in the heroic age where the Poseidon cavalry start winning. But there are a whole bunch of other ways for the Tsukiyomi player to start playing. And on top of that, if it does trend into a full cav war in the classical age, which can happen, and then it just sort of trickles into the heroic age, then there's a big timing with full bronze that the Tsukiyomi player can go for. Oh, did I break it? Oh, I totally broke it. Give me a second, guys. All right, let's see if I can unbreak it here. What do I have to restart my game? Lucky. All right, we've got a minute until we're into the game. Okay. One last game for this series. Then we get to watch one of the greatest. We haven't seen him in a while, actually. It's been somewhat... It hasn't been too long, actually. Recon did play a little bit before, or a little bit in the Australian summer, in the winter, in the northern winter. But, yeah. It's the first time we're seeing him in a tournament since like March, April. Where would I rank the Japanese Pantheon? The Japanese Pantheon is in the top 3 civs at the moment. At the moment, I would say there's 3 top civs without question. And all the other 3 come after them. But we are actually seeing like Atlantean, maybe there's 4 top civs. Maybe it's just the other 2 civs just need buffs. I don't even know. But even then, you watch that last game and you go, well, Hades is pretty close to Amaterasu. So it's very, very difficult. It's very, very difficult to come up with anything to really say about balance at the moment. In terms of matchups and in terms of how they rank against everyone. Anyways, let's jump into game number 5 and see how it's going to go. Alrighty then. One game. This is just the group stages. So whoever loses here has still got a chance to get to the next stage. I believe Shelty is sort of on somewhat on his lifeline. So in the Challengers League, it's the top 2 that go to the playoffs. In the Champions League, it's the top 3 go to the playoffs, but the 3rd place starts in the losers bracket. So, yeah, I think Shelty has already dropped a series from memory. So he needs to win. Ulysses, on the other hand, this is the first game I've seen from him. So I think he's played one other series. I haven't been able to watch it yet. I don't know how it went. But this is somewhat a must-win here for Shelty. It might also be a must-win for Ulysses if he dropped against whoever else he played. Nonetheless, Ulysses playing Poseidon and Shelty playing as Tsukiyomi. All right. Let's talk this matchup. Let's talk these problems you have to deal with. So early game, Shelty's got to be like worried that he's going to get rushed. And we do see the lure, which does indicate a really fast advance from the Poseidon. Advancing quick. It actually does go for the storehouse though, so maybe it's not a ridiculously fast advance. I would expect to see Poseidon going really quick here, sending his units across and starting to get damage done. If I'm playing Tsukiyomi here, I'm max going the first Miko. I'm not going for any more Miko in the classical, in the archaic age. We do see one popping out, just because I'm terrified. If the Poseidon player decides to go late, then I might get another Miko out in the classical age. But yeah, I'm very terrified of the early game here. So a nice quick advance. Make sure you get yourself out a guard house for the Onnamusha to deal with Centaur early. You don't really need to do it, but it's nice to just have that one to stop the stuff and also make your stables. It could even be worth it to drop New Moon down on your stable just so you can pump out the cav and just deny all damage early on. But we have seen people trending away from doing that recently. As the wall's coming up, it will be Hermes on the way here for Ulysses. He is going to be going for the immediate attack. Gets himself his Theseus out. 3 villages on gold, 5 villages on food, 4 villages on wood. It's a lot on wood, actually. But it will be Centaur, most likely, with some cav and a lot of pressure. As the walls on both sides coming through here. Such a late advance from Shelty. I really feel like he's playing a little bit disrespectful here to this early Poseidon stuff. And this is arguably a late advance here in this matchup. I would be thinking very, very fast. If I'm playing, get the Atalanta out, get the Centaur out, get the Theseus into my opponent's base as fast as I possibly can. Because there's not a good answer for this. Yeah, you got the Miko that can heal. That's like it, right? But if you got an Atalanta and a Theseus, they just walk forward and they start smacking away. Centaur comes in, shooting from range. Huge amount of pressure. It's guaranteed damage. Unless the Tsukiyomi player does something. Nonetheless, Ulysses charging forward. Will be coming into the main base here. The Juragumo is out. We've got a stable trying to get popped down. This has been denied for the time being. Theseus got the Atalanta. Both of those charging forward. This random shrine off onto the side here is so greedy from Shelty. He's got a perfectly fine place to drop it over here. In the main base. Maybe off the wood line, hitting the chickens or something. But now idled. He's going to be attempting to make a break for it into the main base, but the Atalanta will put a stop to that, and that is first blood drawn. It's the Centaur over here. There is a nice little garrison thing Shelty can do. Into the Sentry Tower, pop over here, hit the Centaur. But nonetheless, the shrine will go down. Is there a guardhouse up? No, it's all stable all the way here for Shelty. So no real attempt to kill off the Centaur. Now, technically speaking, let me go into a little medium rant. Myth units counter human units, right? Wrong. Myth units do not counter human units. They counter a specific set of human units. Cav counter Centaur. Not counter. They have a generalist. As we see the New Moon actually drop down onto the watchtower here. As Shelty has been under that much pressure, he says New Moon on the watchtower. He could have just bought watchtowers. I am bewildered. Anyways. I'm saying yes, the Naginata Riders do actually counter Centaur. Because they got high pierce armor, they got high base damage. So a Centaur not going to be that good against these cavalry. Hippias also beats Centaur. It's now the Naginata Riders to come through, and they're going to start getting some nice raids in. Sniping one villager, going after a second one here. More villagers. Ulysses asleep at the wheel. He must have thought he'd garrison, but he didn't get them back into there. Meanwhile, over here, getting pushed back on this spot As Shelty has managed to flip this game, we see a town center coming up for Ulysses. This is wild because Shelty didn't spend anything on towers. So going for a town center here is like your natural reaction to watchtowers coming up, right? Someone gets watchtowers, someone gets crenellations, you just go, great, I'll just take the resources you spent on that and drop a town center and we're good to go. And then the opponent has to say, no worries, you grab that town center, I'll grab the town center. Afterwards, you get a little bit of a eco advantage, but I'm more safe in my main base. In this situation, Ulysses dropping this town center is like him saying, wait, you've just got more stuff than me and I'm now on the very much on the defense. Shelty charging around the side of the forest, searching for villagers to kill. Does he see anything in the main base? Yes, he sees this. He is going straight around here. He sees the opportunity to hit the wood line. It's the Naginata Riders coming through. Ulysses not reacting just yet. He does send one Hippias in. Picks one. Ooh, ceasefire. Ceasefire forced. There's this Swampland. Now, Swampland not the best versus Cav. It's amazing versus Cav if the Cav stay and fight it, but the Cav can just run really quickly away from him. So it's not the best versus the Cav. It's really good versus those high-value units, but if they're speedy, less good. Armory coming up for Shelty now. Meanwhile, Winged Messenger on the way. Naginata Riders just continuing to get spammed here. Shelty is just going to go say full... This is pretty all in, I guess, from Shelty. He's trying to limit the income of Ulysses as much as he can. Force as many units out. Snipe as many units as he can. And then look for a gold starve. Ulysses, on the other hand, given what he's decided to do with this really, really terrible timing on the town center, he has to hold this for 5+, 6+ minutes here without losing any villagers. As the Swampland gets dropped down, he's charging in here. The villagers will have to all idle. A whole bunch of Cav falling in here as Shelty is overrunning Ulysses in the main base. He sees the villagers on the wood line as well. Going to be sniping those over onto this side. What's going on? He doesn't have that Sashimon or Bannerman technology just yet, but he can grab it very, very shortly. Meanwhile, the Juragumo going to town on villagers in the main base here. Atalanta does notice that, but the Naginata Riders going after it, and Ulysses has to garrison into the town center. He has no answer for this, and he taps out. And Shelty wins in 5 games here with a absolutely brutal Naginata spam here. Ulysses, this all stemmed from New Moon on the Watchtower. This town center coming down from Ulysses was triggered by the Watchtower grab, but Shelty didn't spend anything on it. He just dropped it on the Watchtower and said, now what? And Ulysses goes, oh, I can't attack you anymore because you have watchtowers. Let me go for a town center. No, he probably shouldn't have done that. He probably should have just kept spamming out units or thinking about playing defensive with his villagers and going to the heroic age and playing for a gold mine attack or something like that. But nonetheless, Shelty gets the dub over Ulysses, and now this group is very, very interesting, I think. Shelty, Ulysses, Tiger Boss. Who else is in that group? Is there someone else cracked? Let's have a little look-see. There is Asem there as well. Asem didn't have the best showing against Tiger Boss, but he can definitely play very well. That's a cracked group. Huge win for Shelty. But we're going to be moving into another series now. We've got the main event for today, which is going to be Recon versus Aethereal. I need to go black for a little bit as we pop over into this thing. Hey, alrighty, let's grab ourselves this stuff. I'll say so you guys can get going when you are ready. I did tell them to wait half an hour so they can get started right away if they like. They did very much oblige. Part of the this part of the tournament, the group stage, is it is a free schedule thing. So if the scheduling can't work out, then they can play games while everything is going, when 2 games are going on. But luckily these guys were generous enough to give a little bit of their time and say no worries. Wait, what is it EN? What's English? What is English? England. GB, Great Britain, that's right. Alrighty. Tag Recon versus Aethereal. Yay. Okay. Let's go for the draft. And the draft. Looks like they are mid-draft, so we can watch it as it comes. All right. Alrighty. So far, some really good series today. We've had, I've already forgotten what we watched. Who did we watch first? Can someone remind me? My brain not working. Nullus, or I can't even remember what he's calling himself now. Nullus versus, who did he play? God, my brain. This is what my brain, okay, so my day today, as we're waiting for these guys to start their draft, my day today was a 4 p.m. So I woke up at like 2. A 4 p.m. load in for a gig. And then we played the gig, and then I came back and I started streaming. So I've been working for nearly 12 hours today. Let's go. Oh, it's Deceive. That's right. There you go. Are these guys started the draft, or did I put it in wrong? Oh, let me just ping Aethereal. All right, if that's the case, what we're going to do here is we're going to take the slightest of breaks before we start this next series. I'm going to go to the toilet, and I'll be back in 2-3 minutes. Caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough, is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdmen. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one, he charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. It does not get that value as the term are trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yahtzee to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force set is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Midi Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrade to the Raiju goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adopessu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adopessu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adopessu's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adopessu says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this. Alrighty then, the players are well and truly into their draft, as we do have some spiciness here. Recon is a straight down the line player. He's not messing around here. He is absolutely not messing around in the slightest. He's literally picking the gods he thinks are his best. He doesn't care about Aethereal's picks here. Aethereal, on the other hand, he is a Greek main. He's had success with Greek. And he will be picking the Greeks. He grabs Zeus as his ace. He then picks Hades and Poseidon right off the bat. He gets everything he wants here and more. And Recon is just sitting there going, okay, take Zeus. It's fine. Yeah, no, take Hades. It's cool. Take Poseidon. It's cool. I'll take my Chinese gods, Fuxi and Nuwa. And then I'll take my Fuxi, and you can then take Hades and Poseidon. And then I will take Nuwa and Skyomi. Now, Aethereal then does grab his Gaia, which he is very, very strong with this god as well, and his Amaterasu. Does not get that Skyomi, which I think Aethereal had a lot of familiarity with playing his defensive style. Aethereal is probably the most unique player in this Champions League, without question. He loves his two town center ideas. He loves playing defense. Recon, on the other hand, he is a master of defense as well. So we might actually be seeing a very, very different series here than what we've been seeing. Like, super different. We might see Recon just going 2 DC every game, saying, Aethereal, you also do that, and we're just going to be playing a macro game. And obviously Recon is Recon. And Aethereal is also Aethereal. But there is... This is going to be spicy. But we do get a bit of an insight into what Recon thinks here. I'm kind of surprised to see the Isis ace pick. I think I wouldn't have been surprised to see the Isis ace pick last patch, but this patch, okay, let me explain it. These guys at the very top, they play all the gods, and they play all the gods at a really high level. They basically make a list of their best gods, the gods they want to pick, the ones they want to play, and they just go down that list in the order, right? There's very honestly, there's not that much strategy in drafting. The strategy is in your own prep work as to what you think are the best gods. But Recon grabbing the Isis does say something. He still thinks Isis is his best god. That's kind of what that says. It also means it's not going to get banned out. So happy days for him. And then there's the Fushi claim next. So pretty wild stuff. Pretty wild stuff. Following on from that, we also see Aethereal goes for the Anatolia as his ace pick map, which is sort of strange to me because that map is not a 2TC map in the slightest. It's not anyways, happy days. Let's see. These guys are going to do the god picker and get themselves going. They're still messing around with their shenanigans here. But we'll see how it's all going to go. Yeah, I mean, Zeus for Anatolia makes sense, but I don't know if it makes sense for Aethereal. Because Aethereal is like, I want to play Zeus on a nice land map like Ghost Lake. Get a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake with Zeus, play 2TC, and just have a nice defensive game, get to my power spikes, and play a really, really nice game. On Anatolia, he might be thinking Gaia on Anatolia. It's a really spicy god there. Very, very strong. I will make, this is probably the one of the few matchups that you would never see Norse picked. You do see Frere banned there for Recon. Like Recon doesn't, I know Recon. He doesn't really play Norse. Like I think he'll probably say that he doesn't. Like if you ask him, he doesn't really play Norse. He has a good Norse. He's strong. Don't get me wrong, but he doesn't really play Norse. He plays the other gods mostly. And Aethereal doesn't really play Norse either. He played Thor in the last patch as he was trying to qualify. But I think since it's been nerfed and he's been like, I don't need to play that god. I don't need to worry about it. He's going into some more Japanese, more Atlantean here instead. And all the other good stuff. Would you say Aethereal's main is probably Hades? No, his main is 100% Zeus. Zeus is his god, man. Zeus is his god. All right. Dun, 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 dun. They just have to pick their first god for this one. Let's think about what we could maybe go for here. So if I'm Recon and I'm looking at my own draft, on Marsh, I'm thinking Noir. I'm thinking Ra. Isis is fine here as well. Sorry, I already said Noir. Yeah. Ra, Noir, Isis. Tsukiyomi is probably fine here. Kronos is probably fine here. Probably would stay away from Fushi on this map is my guess. That's the only one I can really eliminate from the Recon pool. Not really for any real reason other than he's just not very good. He's not as good as those other gods on that map for the simple reason of not having Howl 2. Noir's got Howl 2. Nice defensive boost there. Nice eco boost as well for Marsh, and this Marsh map is probably going to go on the defensive side of things. All right, let's what's happening here? Did he ping? We are just having to wait on the Have you ever seen Japan losing a fight with equal numbers? Yep. Plenty of times. Like, okay, like we got some time here because we're still waiting on this Civ pickup. Let me just ping. Actually, I'm gonna sit here. Let me. We can talk about Japan for a little bit. What's actually strong about Japan? Why does Japan feel strong? I think a lot of it just comes down to the large bush. I think Bushido is probably the main reason at the moment. Like if you just take everything else out, there's a whole bunch of other little small stuff you can key in onto. But I think the main reason why Japan is like in that S tier, probably being a little bit like feeling like a little bit tricky to play into, and you have to play some very, very specific ways to beat Japan, it's probably Bushido. And that doesn't necessarily mean that Bushido is a bad idea or bad design. I think it's a really fun design. It's part of what makes Japan really fun. But arguably, if you could say anything, to just say if you could make one change, one flat change to bring this god a little bit back, I'd just say let's slow down the Bushido gain on the passive and on the active. That'd probably be the easiest, simplest thing. Alrighty, they're about to pick their maps. Not their maps, their gods. Alright, it's going to be a Ra versus Hades on the first map here. Alright. Okay, so we can talk a little bit about Ra versus Hades. What I know from Recon is he loves the Sphinx. And what I know from Recon as well is he says Greek is bad or Greek is hard to play. I don't know if he thinks Greek is necessarily bad because he probably gets beaten by the Mr. a bunch in practice with Mr. playing Hades. Or not playing Hades, playing Greek. But the reason why Recon thinks that Greek is like in a difficult spot, he doesn't think Greek is in a difficult spot because the eco is slow. He doesn't think Greek is in a difficult spot because you get out units slow or whatever. He thinks it's in a difficult spot because you get a limited amount of heroes to deal with myth units. And when you play against players that can like put their myth units in multiple different spots at once, all of a sudden, those two heroes you own do not become enough. So I would be surprised to see Recon not go for Sphinx in this one to some degree. The other completely valid angle here for Ra to equally take advantage of the lack of heroes from the Greek, from Hades, is to do a 2-town center fast heroic with like 3 monuments. You don't have to put them all down in the classical on the archaic age. Put the first one down in the archaic age. Drop the other 2 after you put the town center up. Go heroic age, and then you go into Pitsukos with a whole bunch of camel rider, chariot archers, and things like that. Oh, they didn't put the bloody game room. These guys. Alrighty. Okay, so we've got... oh, never mind. There we are. We are off to the races here, it looks like. So let's get into game number 1. And here we go in the right-hand corner of the map, sporting as the Blue Ra. The first time we've seen him in a tournament since April, March, earlier this year. His name is Tag. Well, he's from the team. He's from the team Tag. He's from the Tag team. His name is Recon. That was way too obvious. Why didn't I not just say that? His opponent today. First appearance in an S-tier tournament from Retold. He has been very, very consistently in the top 10 on the ladder throughout Retold's history. His name, formerly Divine, is now Aethereal, the defensive Greek expert. He is a man who will play defense no matter what, as he's going to bring his villager up, looking to drop his temple down. And he is ready to get himself out a very quick Vaults of Erebus. Now, Recon here, he knows Aethereal. Everybody in the top level knows Aethereal. Everybody has a good laugh about it. They all know that he likes this defensive play kind of no matter what. But to be honest, this matchup does play into a defensive Hades. Hades wants to play 2TC in this matchup. Everyone wants to play it. It's a good strategy here. So, does Recon have something cooked up? There used to be a whole bunch of Egyptian naked tech and talent center denial strategies. For example, Set and Ra, nice quick classical age, get a Wadjet out, get a couple of spearmen out, a couple of extra priests, shifting sands onto the town center, deny, happy days. Doesn't quite work anymore. The timings after the villager changes don't work. So that naked second town center that Aethereal loves, you can't really do a shifting sands deny on it. Temple coming up here for Recon. So, if that's the case, then there's 2 options here for Recon. He can go absolutely mad crazy, play 1 town center Sphinx, and just try and ravage the economy of Aethereal. Another option is, well, he can just very calmly grab his own second town center over here and say, great, let's play a slower game. And he can also go Sphinx off of 2 TC while raiding. Or he can just go heroic age for Pitsukos. And I guess the final option, which I haven't seen yet, but I imagine it's probably pretty strong versus Greek, especially Hades, because Hades doesn't, well, we're not going to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. Hades doesn't have any really strong cavalry. A really interesting way to play this would be to go Ptah, Sekhmet, 2 TC classical fight with spearmen and slingers. And then obviously mixing in myth units, Wadjets later or Petsukos later. Reason being is that the slingers will beat those hoplites and the spearmen and will beat the hoplites and beat the Toxotes And the Spearman can be used to take out the Peltast as well. Ooh, my overlay is missing. Thank you, Mr. Maiden. I have forgotten to add it in. Let me quickly add it in. I got sent it and I didn't put it in. I'm so silly. Oh. Hold on one second. I don't even know where it is at the moment. I downloaded it. It's not in my OBS. What a rookie! What a rookie move here from me. All right, Town Center coming up for Aethereal, as there is going to be the Sphinx coming in. I'm trying to do two things at once here. Very, very unprofessional, but that's me. As we do see the Eclipse coming in. 2 Sphinx are on the way. The villagers, oh no. Oh no, Restoration forced out. The Sphinx will be leaving here. Town Center going to be coming up. The Sphinx are simply just going to return in and take out more village. He pulls off the Town Center again to turn and shank. The Ajax isn't here. Aethereal pulling back. He's almost picked off the Sphinx for the time being. It's only 3 villagers down. But Aethereal here takes a very large amount of damage on that initial part. But Eclipse is gone. I was distracted by my stuff here instead of anything else. And in 3, 2, 1, it's all fixed. Yay. Town Center up for Recon in the middle. As the Sphinx now coming in to the main base here to take even more units out. There's no Achilles out here either. As the villagers dive into the towers, but Aethereal here has to defend so many different positions. He's grabbing this relic first and foremost as the Sphinx just going to continue to return onto this spot. He turns around and just shanks it down. He doesn't even care about the Sphinx at this point. He's just like, nah, don't care. This is fine. Tail, feathers of heaven does get grabbed, so the infantry are going to be getting a little bit stronger. So now Recon can very happily grab his water buffalo, heal up his Sphinx over here. Obelisk now starting to come down. This is going to be something we see very, very commonly from every one of these high-level Egyptian players. Doesn't matter if you're Isis, Set, or Ra. There's going to be obelisks everywhere. Beating this line of sight, getting anything by here, getting any raids off is going to be incredibly difficult. In order to deal with this, you almost need to go into your own cavalry to run around the map and actually try and take out these obelisks, but Hades doesn't want to do that. As the Sphinx just returns back in, villagers will pop into the tower as Achilles is through, but 5.3 speed Achilles versus 5.6 speed Sphinx. Wait, does he have the relic as well? He does. He's got that Jade Hair. He's got Shenlong's Ochre Whip. He's got Hecade's Torch here. And Recon is in full aggression mode as on a map like Marsh, we're seeing Aethereal having to dive over onto pigs here as those villages are like one tap away from dying. There is a play here for Aethereal, which is to grab himself the survival equipment and go from there. It'll give him a little bit more survivability on those villages. They'll get a little bit more HP. He's got no way to heal those until he gets up to another restoration as the Achilles does end up leaving. Don't know where he's going. Pulling back into the main base as the Spearmen are going to be searching for villages to pick off. Sentinels probably will get dropped down onto this spot now for Aethereal. He pulls back with the villagers, but nope. Not just yet. Still playing nice and safe. Still no towers in the main base here. Aethereal's got so many resources. He's finally dropping down his archery range as he realizes exactly what's coming. Farms are coming down. Absolutely wild. Spearmen take a little bit of damage. Get healed up. As a market also getting dropped by Aethereal. Minotaur comes in to get a bit of damage, but you're just like, here's the thing. You get a tiny bit of damage onto the Spearman, and the Priest just heal it all up. You can't take these mini trades here. You have to have a big trade. Take away this healing advantage that Egyptian has. Oh, Recon there, unfortunately. First blood. Oh, actually, second kill there for Aethereal. He killed a Sphinx, and now he's killed off a cheeky little Priest. But Recon's already set up the entirety map. He's lit up the entirety of the map. He sees everything. He's got map hacks. Map hacks for the cheap price of 150 gold. Who knew? Who knew it was that cheap? They're just giving it away. Age of Mythology, they're just giving it away. They said, you know what? We've got this mad, rampant problem of map hackers in the old game. Let's just give them map hacks. They just have to pay for it. I'm sure people will be more than happy to do that every game than fork out to some random person. Anyway, I don't know what I'm saying. Obelisk over here gets sniped down. We are starting to see these Toxotes coming in. Aphrodite has managed to click up here for Aethereal. I think given how badly this could have gone for Aethereal early on, he really has managed to mitigate a lot of problems here. However, the big problem is going to be this gold mine or this gold mine, and the fact that Recon is going up now through Sobek. It's probably time for him to drop a couple of monuments here. He's going to put one in the middle. He can put his Pharaoh onto this one here as well. Empower this so that he's hitting the gold here. He can put villages onto this food here. But more importantly, he's going to be super speedy building out of barracks at the moment. But Aphrodite is in. Third hero can get built out now for Aethereal. He's going to be able to get himself his Peltast, some more hoplites. Can even make some Hephaspis in as well. Chiron now coming through. Also seeing the golden apples. Sarissa, medium range soldiers. Aethereal pulling forward just a little bit as Recon says, I don't need to fight. I've already dealt enough damage here. I'm also scared a little bit of Curse. So he's just going to pull back, play some defense, and go from here. There's one Spearman there. Sacrifices his life to the gods. Gets caught out. And we will see a forward fortress coming down here from Aethereal. He wants these water buffalo. He's cleaned up the obelisks, but the fortress has been spotted. So Recon could pop over there, drop a Locust down or something like that if he wants to, but he does need to be defending this barracks here. Villagers getting sniped as Recon trying to get his units into position to defend. Little cheeky slinger coming over as the Spearman will be spreading out. Curse gets dropped. The Sphinx, however, is going to be a bit of a problem here as Locust also coming onto the villagers as Aethereal tries to pull out, but he runs with the Locust there. And it's now hitting the units on this spot as well. As now finally Aethereal pulls back, but he's still just losing so many units to this. And Aethereal, he's still got a decent amount of military here, especially inside of these heroes, to try to push in and take out the Petsukos on the back. The Chiron is going to be a big, big help. Petsukos goes down. Slinger, Spearman, still a very close fight. Spearman on the top here, sniping villagers as Aethereal trying to get that fortress up, but it's just not being allowed here. As he does manage to hold off just a little bit. One villager and a dream from Aethereal. He's down by over 10 villagers now. Another Petsukos to come through. And he just doesn't have the food income. He needed this fortress for food. Still trying to get it up here, but the Spearmen are just continuously denying the fortress. 8 seconds until it's completed, and Aethereal just can't finish this one. If he gets it up, there's going to be a Sentinels or something, but Recon just barely managing to stop it from going up, and Aethereal in game one taps out, not able to break out of the grips here of Recon's Ra, and he says, all right, no more. Let's go next here. I was so close. I think if he just sent like 10, like maybe even 15 villagers forward and ran the other way around, maybe even just reacting, maybe wasn't pushing on this side and just sitting on the villages, could have been a completely different story. Gets the fortress up, game continues along. I don't think Recon would have dropped just because the fortress got up, but Aethereal would have gotten the food here and the game would have just continued. But Recon saw the opportunity to win that first game very, very quickly, and he took it. He almost won the game right on that town center. Aethereal's got to be very careful here now. Starting to learn what he's facing in this game. We'll see how it's going to go. Getting into the next game, we'll jump into the draft here and see what they're going to be going for going into game 2. Alrighty, we are going to be doing our our next one. Okay, so gods, bam. Over here we have the win for Ra and the loss for Hades. Yeah, he was off grabbing a relic there. I think he just kind of brain blanked on the the immediate threat, which is to be attacked by a sphinx on your town center. Like, that's stuff happens. Let's just say that much. Stuff happens. You have to shake it off. In these sort of situations, you absolutely need to shake it off. There are a couple of builds which actually get out Ajax and Achilles and get the town center started basically just as you advance to the classical age. Those are generally the ones we see against Egyptian, especially when you see Bast. Because having 2 heroes out is just like, it's good. And you can even bait it, right? You can hide the heroes behind if the Sphinx come in and they click Eclipse and you pop the units out or whatever. But nonetheless... This is going to be a fun one, man. Recon, he shows some very, very, very solid play here. Excuse me for the yawns. It's literally 4 a.m. This is past my bedtime, guys. Alrighty, it's going to be a Fushi versus Zeus game. Fushi versus Zeus on the map Ghost Lake for game 2. Let's pop these things in as well. 1, 1. All right. 2. Fushi over here. No predictions. I will complete the predictions for you. Someone else can do the next thing. All right, players. These guys are taking too long. Ah! I shake my fist at you. It's okay. It's fine. We're having some issues. It's so good. So, we're going to talk about this matchup. I actually think Fushi can just one town center all in this 2TC Zeus. I don't actually know if you can hold it. Just straight up. Like, I don't think 2CC Zeus against the one town center is viable. Maybe I'm wrong, actually. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is viable. So here's the thing, right? If the Fushi player just goes lightning weapons, Dao, Fire Archer, Yatsu, or the other option is to go chillin' with Dao and Fire Archer, Nijar and stuff. You just walk in and you just kill the town center at like, I don't know, 9 minutes while raiding early game. And it's very, 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 very tough for the Greek player to have the units out and defend because they want to be going heroic age to get their Peltas, and you hit them just before they manage to do that while they're advancing or something. And you just have so much stuff. But then again, the more simple play is often to... just play a second town center, but it does depend on gold mines and things like that. Nonetheless, they are off to the races. Toilets have been attended. Business has been achieved. Games have begun. That is not supposed to say 3. That is supposed to say 2. So we will be moving into this next game. The new Odin portrait does look very cool. Yeah, there's another Pantheon pinup for Age Mythology at the moment. So that is very, very exciting. Have I ever thought about making an AOM tattoo? No, I don't like tattoos. I don't like needles. Needles are scary. I don't really know what else to say about this matchup. Like, you can just play 2 TC here as Fushi and also be really strong. I think the Zeus player has definitely got the sort of ball in their court. I've had a very, very difficult experience playing Zeus in this matchup, but I know Aethereal, he's one of the masters of this god. So if anyone can kind of crack the simple way through this, it's got to be him. So we'll see if he can make it happen. Would I stab some? No. What is that question? No. I'm very squeamish. Very, very. I don't like blood. Don't like needles. I like Age of Mythology. There's no blood in Age of Mythology, so I don't get squeamish. They turn the blood off for me. They're very nice. Do I ever play in these tournaments? I've played in one so far in Retold. I played in one. I can't play in my own tournaments, so that's the thing. I can't play in my own. All right, let's move on from this conversation about stabbing, please. All right. Game number 2, Recon, Aethereal. We're going to have that Fushi versus the Zeus here, and we'll see how it goes. Let's jump into the game. Alrighty then. In the blue color, playing as Fushi, it is Recon from the tag team. And on the bottom side of the map, it is Aethereal playing as Zeus. We already did see a very, very quick game here as Recon just said, nope, you made a mistake. You made 2 mistakes. You made 3 mistakes. Let me take everything from you. Now Aethereal is locked in. He runs straight for the Pioneer. Spots it, bolts it. And guess who gets all of the goats now on this map? An amazing start here from Aethereal. This is your stock standard Zeus opener. There's the bolt. It's nice for a Yatsa. It's nice for a... well, yeah, it's nice for a Yatsa. That's about it. Maybe the Nijar early on. But here's the thing. What you need to do now for Aethereal is you need... He's searching for the goats. Literally 2 goats for Recon. He can't go out and grab any more until he gets a Pioneer out. But what you want to do as the Zeus now is you want to run in to this position, grab this goat, grab these goats, and then you want to come back over here, grab this, and then you want to get over to the other side. Obviously, I've got the vision, so I see it all. Grab these ones, check in here, make sure there's nothing here, work your way back, and hopefully by the time anything else comes in, you're good to go. As we do see some goats getting grabbed, Aethereal is really struggling to find all these at the moment. He's found 3 more over here. How many total has he got? He's got 9 total goats, so he is in an incredibly advantageous position, goat-wise. That's all I can really talk about at the moment. This is all that matters, is how many of these can he keep away from Recon. Because Recon, as Fushi, he's got the Peach Blossom Spring at the back. That's going to be extra food in his main base. So you want to do what you can to limit that. He does unfortunately miss these goats, so there will be a little something over here. Will we see him walk up to this spot? No, he is doing... this looks very, very interesting. I could be wrong, but I feel like Aethereal here is doing like this pattern, like a spiral with his Katoskopos, which is wild because I mean he's missing, unfortunately. He's missing all the stuff. As Juan Nu coming through for Recon. I'm not actually surprised about this. I've been hearing a little bit of... I've been hearing a little bit of like the chitter chatter around Juan Nu and Chi Yao and the like frequency that we see Chi Yao versus maybe seeing like Juan Nu, because they're kind of very similar gods in terms of what they're good at, which is How To is a completely different type of god to Juan Nu, and Chi Yao, How To is your defensive god. Chi Yao is your offensive god. Juan Nu is sort of exactly the same. It's an offensive god, but it's more of an eco-ish offensive god, whereas Chi Yao is not that at all. It's the raiding offensive god. As we do see the ship of Fingernails getting grabbed up there. He moves back into his main base. But why is Juan Nu over Chi Yao? I think the reason here is Chillin is healing. Healing is value. That's extra resources. You've also got the Divine Books, which is also value. As the Katoskopos over here, looking like it's going to get taken down. You got the Divine Books, which is also value, which means you don't have to build as many military buildings in the game. You can build half the amount of military buildings you would normally build, which does end up being a fairly good amount of resources there. As the Jason and the Minotaur sitting in onto this spot. Tries to pull over here to grab the goats, but the town center for Aethereal looks like it will be up. I don't think he's going to lose all too much here. Maybe he loses the Minotaur. See a granary getting popped up over there, but I don't know if that's going to be advisable. Getting out that Heracles first and having an answer for these Pioneer would be very nice, but he gets his town center up and the game to continue. Still enough villages, enough food in the main base. Chillin, coming around onto this side. Tries to get that fire off. They're not going to be able to do all too much as the Jason coming forward. And he might be wishing right now, why did I bolt the Pioneer? I could have bolted the Chillin. It's worth so many more resources, right? Wrong. One goat gets spotted. There's another goat over here. There's the town center now coming up for Recon. As he says, all right. Looks like we couldn't get the damage done with our Pioneers, but we have locked you off of this. Now, the question here is, do you ever drop a stable down and make like a handful of Hippias? Just a handful. It's expensive, but it does take out this Pioneer threat. And it also is an answer for the Chillin here. 5.3 speed, 290 HP, but most importantly, 35% hack armor. And if you can actually snare the Chillin, then your Heracles can get involved. But obviously very expensive to actually make those cav, and you probably don't want to make too many of them anyways. As the Sky Lanterns coming through. A couple of houses coming up for Aethereal in the main base. The town center does finish now for Recon. And after all is said and done, even though Aethereal gets the town center up first, he's now starting to put some archery ranges down. Oh, nice snipe there from those pioneers. Even though Aethereal gets the town center up first, he's very much on the back foot, and he is behind on the villager count. He's slowly working up towards being able to get himself a Heracles out. And the pressure here from Recon is just absolutely immense. But you know, Aethereal's almost going to have, when he gets these archery ranges up, he should be okay. But these pioneers are just going to continue to come in here. Got to run that Jason forward and at least finish these buildings so you can start getting some units out. Now Heracles on the way. There's all of the Quailfu in the world queued up. We also see the Najjar coming through to start becoming a bit of a pain here. Heracles is now out. That does change things here. This Heracles should, with the help of the Jason, should actually be able to chase these units down and force them back. And I think Recon is going to start saying, all right, I respect this. Let me pull back. I don't need to run forward here and risk my life. Maybe it's a little bit too much there. Or he needs to add some more units in. Actually, well, I don't know how it is anymore. It used to be that Najjar was beating the Heracles. I think he got nerfed recently, but I don't know in what way he got nerfed, so I don't know if he is... I don't know if he's weaker or not. I really don't know. I don't know who wins the fight. I don't know. Anyways. A couple of Toxotes are out. A couple of units here. Now we're seeing a couple of Javelineers to come through as the houses are on the way. Lots of villagers on the favor already. Potentially for another Bolt. Very rarely do we see myth units getting built in this matchup. Because of the Najjar, because of the Pioneers, because of the upgrades, because of the Sages and all the other good stuff. But there is a really nice... As we see Divine Books coming in. There's a really nice reason to just go for favor, for extra restorations and things like that as a military academy now on the way. And Apollo is pre-queued. But Recon, he's got the resources to go next stage. He gets his armory up, and I imagine straight to the next age. I'd be surprised to see him not go Gormang, as he does. Obliged there. Tao Tier and going for New Bar. It's a little bit spicy, but the idea would be to vanish, to send the Sky Lanterns in, vanish, and then catch your opponent out of position, drop the drought, take the town center down as they're not there. But Aethereal here, he's under a lot of pressure. He's trying to get to this next stage. He needs a little bit more food. He does manage to get it, and he is now going up through Apollo. So he's not that far behind the tech of Recon, but he is a little bit behind on villager count. He's a little bit behind on military count, and he's a lot behind on resources in the bank here, as I think Recon at this point says, great, if we're going to be playing this game, I am already going to be thinking about a Mythic Age. He's already got the food in. He just needs the wood to come through for the Bowlay. It's a little bit short on favor, but that's going to be in very, very shortly. And it's going to be such a quick Mythic Age in for Recon here. As they drop their gold off. Coming over to drop that Bowlay. Just needs a little bit more wood. And he does grab that one. Look at that food just skyrocketing. Is he on the tree? He is. I think he maybe forgot to swap it over to gold or something. It doesn't really matter. He's going to be able to advance very, very shortly. And he does click up through Gong Gong. As the Tao Wu is now... It's wild. Recon is putting on so much pressure here. Given that he's also going Mythic Age. And Aethereal is like getting farms. He's getting pushed off his temple. He's having to idle villagers. He is absolutely stuck at this moment here. The archery range gonna have to get rebuilt for Aethereal. We'll be able to start making some peltast and things like that, but now White Horse Cavalry can get built. And Recon is just going to be able to absolutely break everything. We see a bolt there onto the teenager. He's the kid, the teenager, the adult. You know, there's the 3 stages of Nijar. There's now the Jiangxia also coming through. So what realistically here can Aethereal do? He does have a restoration for the Great Flood. So restoration, technically speaking, can counter this Great Flood. You let them take you for a ride. You drop restoration midway through. You drop, you back up to full HP, you take the fight. It's kind of fine. There's the White Horse Cavalry coming in, looking for any amounts of villager picks here. As Aethereal not really paying attention onto this one just yet. He's going to start poking a couple of units down. The villagers dying. There's the villagers pulling around over here into the sentry tower, doing all the good stuff. Over onto this position, the villagers are on that food there. And Aethereal, he's not reacting. He's just sort of, what's happening here? He's losing villagers left, right, and center. He's trying to get them back to work. And Recon is just enjoying a mythic age in front by 1,000 military resource value. He does catch out these units ever so slightly, gets a little bit of damage done onto them. There's now Recon to come in to snipe up some villagers on this gold mine, as they will pull away there. Aethereal slowly wandering in here, the heroes to take out the Manticore. The Great Flood pulling the army away. Half the army away, only restoration to come down as a counter there. But the entirety of the base just got erased. I don't think I've ever seen that. I don't know. How did it just, is that normally how it works? Does the base normally just get erased there? I mean, the town center is still here. But Aethereal has got 5 houses left and no infrastructure. Funnily enough, he's still got somewhat of an army, but it is very, very small. But Recon looking absolutely insane. Did they buff this against buildings? I missed that. I missed that buff. Well, let's get into the draft and see if Aethereal is going to be able to figure out how to beat some of these gods here. All right, and our final game here is going to be Tsukiyomi versus Poseidon. Another little cheeky one. A little bit of Tsukiyomi and Poseidon shenanigans here. We've seen this one once today. It was a really fun matchup. And we'll see what Recon can actually come up with. I'm actually really interested in seeing how these guys are going to play this civ, because there's the players who seem to be the best at these new civs often do end up coming from a very specific group of players, and it's often people who are playing with Mister who end up coming with these crazy ideas that seem incredibly strong. It could all just be coinkydink. Could also be that the Mister is pretty smart when it comes to coming up with some spicy Age mythology ideas. Then again, Recon does also come up with his own ideas too. As are these guys in their game? Yes, they are. Alrighty, let's us jump in. Smack, smack. Alrighty, game number 3. Let's go. I'm about to sneeze again, guys. In the right-hand corner of the map, it is the Tsukiyomi Recon. And in the left-hand corner, it is Aethereal playing as Poseidon. As he very early on just says, hey, remember that game we saw in the Gerbots Japanese joust? Game goes down in infamy. Absolute infamy. Aethereal plays around it. You can't come in and just knock his hunt away from his granary. He's already killed it. Big brain. Don't hate the game, hate the player. That's what Aethereal says. He's got the answers. Alrighty. Relics on the map. Let's have a little look. So we've got the Hori's hunting bow. Plus 5% of base there for the huntables. Up on the top here, there is Ulla's bow, which is max range of range attack plus 1. On the bottom side of the map, there is the nine-tailed fox charm. Going to be making those myth units regenerate just a little bit faster. And finally, scales of a Catopopus. Damage vulnerability to pierce, minus 15%. Always nice there as well. So, I hate to say it, but I don't think a fast second town center is a good idea here for Mr. Aethereal. In the last game, I was questioning the second town center a lot. Especially without the Heracles and taking all of that damage early on. This game, you're going to be able to get the town center up. No matter what. Like, you can grab it. It's fine. I don't think that Recon is going to be stopping it. He might go for a fast stable and then try and spam out those Naginata riders and try and deny it. That's one way to go. There's no problems with that. It works. Maybe. But there's so many other options for him to go. And so far we have seen him go for one very aggressive option with the Sphinx and the Eclipse and one very, very timing-based Fushi nonsense build. Strategy. All in. Not at all in at all. Nonetheless, temple now up for Aethereal. I'm still dying. I think Recon heard that I was, it was 4:25 a.m. Excuse me. And he said, let's try and get Boit to bed before 6 a.m. today. Man after my heart. 2 Mikor out at the moment, and the Classical Age going to be coming through. It is a late advance. This is the second time I've seen this late of an advance in this matchup. It's a little bit of disrespect for the potential Poseidon attacks that can come. I wouldn't be surprised to see Poseidon players normally advancing quite quick, normally trying to put some early pressure on, getting the Atalanta in, getting the Jason, or the Theseus in, getting the Centaur in to harass, but in this situation, that is all that it is. This is going to be a town center grab here for Aethereal, and I mean, Recon, he normally doesn't, normally I think Recon doesn't really play the player. I think he normally just plays what's going on. But in this situation, I wouldn't fault him for playing the player here in this one. Kitsune going to be wandering out. Villagers making their way over to the town center. There is a rhinoceros here, which you can drag underneath the town center and eat it very, very simply. He drops a lure down as well. Not on top of the town center, though. But it's still going to be relatively easy to grab. Walls coming down all across the map. As I am very, very interested in what Recon is going to be able to come up with here. One Kitsune comes through, spots the town center. Do see those Gazelle getting herded by the center. I like that little move. As the Katoskopos does end up getting sniped there. This is one of the kind of arguably... It feels a little unfair, I guess, when I'll be honest. It feels a little unfair that the Kitsune can kill off my Katoskopos. Kitsune is the only scout. No, that's not true. That's not true. Katoskopos is the only scout that doesn't get more damage when you hit the classical age. Oracle hero for the Oracle. Priest gets more damage. Berserk gets more damage. Kitsune gets more damage. Pioneer gets more damage. Katoskopos, he's been left behind. The poor guy. All he wants is a little bit of bonus damage. That's all. Like, give him just a little bit. So he can at least fend himself off. He's the only scout that doesn't cost pop. Well, you're going to... There you go. You bring up whatever you want. It's fine. Alright, anyways. What about the Pegasus? That's not a scout. That's a myth unit. Not a free scout at the very least. Anyways, we are continuing along in this game. As it does very much look like Recon here is going to be going for a fast heroic. So we'll see what type of a fast heroic it's going to be. As the villagers popping into the tower. Pulling back. We see some stables coming down for Aethereal now. And it will be a Hachiman fast heroic. 56 seconds only to get to that heroic age. Very, very speedy. As actually Recon is... He's actually popped himself onto goats here. He's playing... Excuse me. He's playing so defensive with it. As another Miko is queued up here for when he hits the heroic age. And I think this means he's probably going to be going in for some favor-based units here. He's getting a stable up as well. Zebra on this side, hanging out. We got the archery rangers, all the other good stuff. Lord of Horses on the way, as now some Hippias starting to mass up. Now, the real question is, how is Recon going to actually use this? He's obviously going for some myth units. He's obviously going to grab himself out the Daimyo and then go from there. He's already got 500 wood in the bank. He's done this fast heroic very, very nicely. And now he drops the New Moon down. Going to get all those upgrades in and the Tengu to boot. You can get 3 Tengu out immediately from memory as he gets that final one almost finished. I think he had a little bit of idle time there on that one because he didn't have the resources for it. But you can get 3 Tengu out immediately in that. And he's already up. He's already up to 4 Tengu. So the Daimyo now coming through, and the most brutal thing here that Recon can do against Greek is split these bad boys up and just cause chaos everywhere. Recon flying through the main base, sees his opportunity to slap away at the center, pulling back in over onto this position. Villagers pulling off of the wood line there. The Daimyo also coming in, going to start getting himself some stuff. We've also got the Juragumo in as well to add insult to injury here. Picks the villager up, sends it flying. Going to be able to snipe that one down as well. There's the units over here going to town on this. As we see those Tengu continuing to fly through, sniping more units, and Aethereal here is about to lose his entire villager advantage while Recon is just getting villager and gold after gold after gold, and Aethereal in 9 minutes here does decide to tap out. An absolutely brutal strategy here from Recon. maybe there was a world tier where Aethereal, and you did have Ceasefire. Maybe there's a world tier where Aethereal goes 2 TC fast heroic for Curse. Because Curse would kill off 2 Tengu. And then you also get access to the Hippolyta and an Nemean Lion. You have to somehow deal with the Shogun. But an absolutely brutal display from Recon in game number 3. And a welcome to the big leagues, to Aethereal here. Recon's been doing this for many, many moons, but this is a brutal strategy. Anyways, that's the game. That's the set. Let me jump over to the main menu and we will talk a little bit about what's coming up over the next week. Alrighty, so far we have a few games that are booked in. We've got a Kovoth versus 3DB on Tuesday. Actually, do we have any Monday games? I do not believe we have any games tomorrow. Am I wrong? It would have to be Tuesday morning, my time, for them to be there. There is a 1 game tomorrow. It's going to be Matrius versus Mosca tomorrow at 1800 GMT. So there's 1 game tomorrow. We will be checking that out. That's going to be all I'm streaming tomorrow. I'm going to have a bit of a day off with myself, so it's going to be only 1 game. So make sure you're here, 1800 GMT. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Matrius and Mosca are 2 absolute gamers. They are, I think they're in the most stacked group for the Champions League, that Loki division. You got Matrius, El Matador, Mini Yeti, Mosca. They're all incredibly, I mean, all the players in Champions League are amazing, but of the groups that are the most stacked and the one that I'm really looking at going, who's not going to make it through? Because I can't tell you. That's the group that is going to be the most spicy. But nonetheless, an absolutely amazing day of games today. And I will see you guys another day and all the other good stuff. I'm actually going to send you guys over to SatFat, who is streaming now. Have a fantastic one. Bye.